Good morning. I'm Blagovest Tichev. It is the fourth consecutive year that I have the pleasure and the honor to welcome you to the traditional summit dedicated to the Western Balkans. It is organized by the New Direction Foundation with the special participation of the Warsaw Institute and the Institute for Foreign Affairs and Trade and Regional Issues from Budapest. It is the fourth time that we're having as our guest the member of the European Parliament for Bulgaria, Mr. Angel Dzhambazki. In addition to an MEP, Mr. Dzhambazki is the Vice President of the New Direction Foundation. Mr. Dzhambazki, you have the floor. Hello to everybody. Hello to everybody, like-minded friends of ours. As it has been mentioned, it is the fourth consecutive round of this summit on the Western Balkans. Thank you for the support to New Direction. We are happy to have both institutes and organizations and think tanks from Warsaw and Budapest. Why is this summit important? It is important as according to us, it is crucial to hear the perspective of the member states in this particular region of Europe, their perspective with regard to the Western Balkans, the enlargement processes, as well as the ongoing processes in some of the Western Balkan countries. We are living in particularly dynamic times. We can feel the dynamics, particularly in this region. The geopolitical and the economic tension have been on the rise, and this is tangible. In particular, in view of the ongoing tension in the Black Sea region as regards the Russia-Ukraine relations. We have witnessed visible development and stirring of the situation in the Western Balkans. Many of the geopolitical interests have impacted the situation in the Western Balkan region. We can see how these interests are represented and pursued by the local geopolitical actors. We are all of us aware that the Western Balkans are witnessing interests and influences not only from the European Union. This is expected and predictable and normal. However, there are influences that we cannot qualify as friendly influences from China, for example. China has been imposing their policy and economics by means of an interconnected system of influences, construction projects and others. Thus, if the countries fall in the trap of these influences, they become, in a way, hostages to the geopolitical interests of China. Furthermore, tangible influence by Russia, in particular via Serbia. The Republic of Turkey has been enhancing its influence as well. It has been consistent in terms of its ideology. The new Minister of Foreign Affairs, Davutoglu, is one of those who perceive the Balkans, the Muslim population in the Balkans, as part of the Turkish economic and cultural heritage. Therefore, we have done our best to present the various perspectives through the views of the European conservatives, as well as the individual private Bulgarian interests. You will be reading and hearing some statements that are not reliable. I mean that the Bulgarian position with respect to the Western Balkans is not clear enough. I fully disagree with this. Those who are stating this are not informed well enough. As regards our perspective, it is as follows. We must have enlargement in the Western Balkan region. We are welcoming the Republic of Albania, a brotherly country of ours. I can say brotherly. We have had long-standing relations. Over the last 100 years, we have been several times allies against common enemies. We are going to welcome Kosovo. Why not? Speaking about the European continent and the countries that rank amongst the first with respect to their pro-European attitudes, these are Albania and Kosovo. The same goes for Montenegro. However, the situation with Serbia and Northern Macedonia is slightly different. Both countries are under the influence of the so-called deep state. And these are attitudes that do not focus on building neighbourly relations. On the contrary, both countries have pursued a very clear-cut anti-Bulgarian policy and attitudes. In addition to anti-Bulgarian, anti-European rhetorics, by and large rhetorics against the overall European idea. We can see and we can read under the lines, we can read the contextual ideas. And this is sometimes done by using the social media. The anti-Bulgarian, the anti-European reports, articles, publications, positions are particularly strong. They come from the same ideological propaganda center, Euro-Asian center. It's not a pro-European. Our position has always been in favor of enlargement. As regards the Republic of Northern Macedonia, we insist that Northern Macedonia meets as a minimum the basic requirements, in particular the ones regarding human rights. As long as Northern Macedonia meets these requirements pertaining to human rights, in particular with regard to the Bulgarian ethnic community, as soon as they put an end to their propaganda, Northern Macedonia will be more than welcome to join the club and start the accession negotiations. The Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Kosovo will be with us today. The Republic of Kosovo seems to stand aside from the main discussion. The population in the Republic of Kosovo has a very clear pro-European attitude. Therefore, we shouldn't be hypocritical as regards Kosovo and the visa liberalization, this protracted process of granting visa liberalization. This is an example of injustice. As regards meeting the requirements, the judiciary reform, the law enforcement reform, all of the requirements set by the Brussels bureaucrats have so far been met by Kosovo authorities. However, they have not yet received, they have not yet been granted the visa liberalization that has been agreed. Therefore, feelings of disappointment amongst the Kosovars. They are witnessing a situation in which promises are not being met. Why so? There are several member states that are solving their internal national problems, one of them being France. As regards France and other similar member states, they seem to be focused on their national issues, and thus they are amongst those who obstruct the visa liberalization for Kosovo. This is a very harsh injustice, as it arouses disappointment, dismay, and it shatters the confidence, the trust of Kosovo. Kosovo, I emphasize once again, is a pro-European state, and it is a very good neighbour. These are the stumblestones of Brussels politics, and they need to be remedied. We need a solution. Hopefully, today's discussion will provide you with a broader and more detailed landscape. It will provide you with more information regarding the ongoing processes in the Western Balkans. Starting with the interests of the Bulgarian citizens, the interests of the European Union, and last but not least, the interests of all the stakeholders, those who are in a way or another involved in these processes. Today's forum consists of three interesting panels. The first one focuses on the enlargement process. We are having three highly esteemed guests. The second panel, the foreign influence on the Western Balkan region. And the third panel, it has a traditional topic. It is dedicated to the young leaders from Western Balkan countries. We have invited them to take part in today's summit so that we can hear their viewpoint. Hopefully, you will be enjoying the next few hours being with us. We have done our best to ensure the most prestigious experts in this area, experts from New Direction, from the European Conservatives and Reformists. We are going to have an EU Commissioner, the Special Representative, the Deputy Prime Minister of Kosovo. So I wish you will be spending the day with us. Vlado, back to you. Thank you, Mr. Jambaski. Thank you for setting a very good framework for today's discussion. Let me now move on to the keynote speech. It's a welcome address by the EU Commissioner for Neighbourhood and Enlargement, Mr. Oliver Varhelyi.
Chairman, panelists, distinguished guests, it is with great pleasure that I address you today, even if virtually, at this important event about the Western Balkans region. The attention and political engagement of the Commission towards the Western Balkans reflects the importance of this region, which is and remains high on our priority agenda. Our engagement is political, but also practical, and supported by numerous actions and initiatives. Politically, as the Commission firmly supports a merit-based enlargement policy based on the fulfillment of clear criteria. Economically, by accompanying the political goal with a strong focus on recovery, sustainable development, and convergence with the EU. Socially, by supporting civil society and security. Our first priority is to move forward with the enlargement agenda. The Commission stands by its recommendations to adopt the negotiating frameworks with Albania and North Macedonia and hold the first intergovernmental conferences still this year. In addition, the Commission has recommended to open new clusters with Serbia and grant visa liberalization to Kosovo. As a signal of our continued commitment to the ultimate goal of membership, the invitation was extended to the 6 Western Balkan partners to the Conference on the Future of Europe plenary as guests. This decision reflects the specific nature of the region's European perspective, but to make this a reality, we need to allow our partners to progress on merit. As you know, the gap between the economies of the region and that of the EU is still very deep. Long-term structural economic challenges remain. The Western Balkans need strategic and targeted investment in areas that will enable them to develop their economies in a sustainable way and increase their convergence with the EU in the coming years. To act on this, the EU has put forward a dedicated economic and investment plan for the Western Balkans. The goal of the plan is to apply to our partners the same growth strategy that was put in place for the EU member states. This is why it mirrors EU's policy priorities in areas such as sustainable transport, energy, digital and green transition, sustainable growth and jobs. It is a recovery plan for the Western Balkans with a substantial investment package mobilizing up to almost 30 billion euros of funding as a combination of grants, guarantees and preferential loans for the region. That is the equivalent of 1/3 of the GDP of the whole region. Economic recovery in the Western Balkans also requires a strong commitment to regional cooperation and good neighbourly relations. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought to the forefront the interdependence between the EU and the Western Balkans and of the region itself. The benefits of developing infrastructure and fostering human capital are lost if administrative and technical barriers impede trade and mobility within the region. It is therefore imperative that the region moves forward with the implementation of the common regional market. This could maximize the benefits of the EU investments set out by the Economic and Investment Plan and help turn the region into a more attractive investment area. To give you two examples, the no roaming charges area and the establishment of green lanes within the region. They have proven the capacity of the region to address common challenges swiftly and efficiently. This has been widely recognized and needs to be preserved and built upon. Among the challenges that we are facing in the region, security and addressing migration will require more attention. The EU will continue to support the strengthening of the relevant capacities and border management in the Western Balkans. We will increase our emphasis on building return capacities, including through supporting cooperation with countries of origin and progress on biometric registration of migrants. In conclusion, there are important challenges ahead of us in terms of geopolitical engagement and economic integration. But this does not undermine our determination, and we will continue to firmly support our Western Balkan partners in their alignment with EU standards. Now, to make all these efforts lead to the desired results, we need a two-sided engagement. For member states to act upon recommendations when conditions are met, and a stronger commitment from our partners for the implementation of the EU-related reforms. Civil society and think tanks play a crucial role in the enlargement process, including by helping to deliver the important reforms that it entails. A vibrant civil society is a fundamental building block of a healthy democracy. Supporting civil society in the Western Balkans is and remains a priority for the EU. I am certain that today's discussion will be fruitful, and I want to thank the civil society and think tank representatives present today for their continuous commitment. Thank you.
Of course, we also thank Mr. Varhelyi for the kind participation. This participation proves that this traditional conference, organized every year in December, is a focal forum for addressing these issues. The next speaker is also amongst those who contribute to shaping the EU policy with respect to the Western Balkans. Mr. Miroslav Lajcak, who is the EU Special Representative for the Belgrade-Pristina dialogue and other West Balkan regional issues. Right after Mr. Lajcak, with the kind moderation of Mr. Dzhambazki, we will be moving on the next panel. Its topic is the enlargement process of the Western Balkans and the way forward.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thanks to the New Direction Foundation and the Member of European Parliament, Angel Dzhambazki, for organizing today's event. Unfortunately, my agenda does not allow me to be with you in person. Nevertheless, I'm glad to have the opportunity to address you on a topic essential to the success of my work, the way forward in our EU-Western Balkans relations. To frame your discussion today, I'd like to make 3 points. And let me start by saying a few words about our EU-Western Balkans relationship. We have a long history of a very close partnership with the Western Balkans. 18 years ago, in 2003, the European Union leaders made a promise to the Western Balkans that the Western Balkans' place is in the European Union. But today it has only become a reality for Croatia. 6 other partners are still waiting. Politically, we saw times of rapid progress and enthusiasm to welcome the region in our middle. But we also saw times where less focus was placed on the Western Balkans and their European future. Today's European Union is clear in its commitment to the Western Balkans. We have all seen President von der Leyen visiting the entire region in September, highlighting our close partnership through concrete projects in each of the Western Balkan 6. And we have heard the verbal support during the recent summit in Brdo in October, the 3rd summit in 3 years after a gap of 13 years, where the European Union leaders reaffirmed their unequivocal support for the European perspective of the Western Balkans, welcomed the commitment of the Western Balkan partners to the European perspective, and reconfirmed its pledge to stay true to the enlargement process. Economically, our partnership is unmatched. The European Union continues to be the main economic partner for the region. Today, trade with the European Union accounts for almost 70% of the overall trade of all 6 Western Balkan partners. If you look at 2020 alone, this meant over 50 billion of euro. And over the last 10 years, trade between the European Union and the Western Balkans has grown by 84%. And the European Union, although the public perception differs at times, also remains the region's biggest donor and investor. Last year's economic and investment plan was yet another proof of the European Union's commitment to the region. We should not forget that up to 9 billion in grants and investment guarantees of up to 20 billion euro are a unique opportunity for our Western Balkan partners to get closer to the European Union. Using this money means getting fit for the European Union's future, from sustainable infrastructure, energy transitions, environment and climate, to digitalization, boosting the competitiveness of the private sector and youth. Whether they grasp this opportunity is up to our partners. And this brings me to my second point: why enlargement is the right decision. Why it makes sense to integrate the Western Balkans. Ensuring that the region is part of the European Union is not just morally right, it also makes sense. And I'd like to give you a few reasons why. Geographically, the Western Balkans are right in our middle. They are surrounded by the European Union member states. It is a fact that it is not going to change. So it's in our interest to shape our inner yard, to export stability rather than import instability. It is in our interest to have an immediate neighborhood that shares our norms and values, where societies are resilient, vibrant, democratic and multi-ethnic, where media are free and judiciary independent. Today's challenges do not affect one country alone, whether climate change, digitalization, mass migration, or the unprecedented health crisis. If the European Union wants to be a global leader in finding solutions to global challenges, we can only do it together. And this brings me to my third point, the way forward. There is a clear need for more honesty and credibility. While I think that we can all agree that membership will not happen overnight, we need to keep the perspective alive and the process credible. I believe that all Western Balkans 6 should be given a genuine opportunity to join the European Union family, provided, of course, they meet all conditions for accession. But this cannot be taken for granted. It is time for us to send the right signals to the region, not just through words or money, but also through political actions. Because if we do not, we will not only lose the pro-European forces in the region, but we will also lose our achievements and our values. Of course, no one denies that more needs to be done on the side of our partners as well. The European Union and its citizens want to see honest reform efforts and willingness to deliver on commitments for a better, more equitable and more prosperous future for all citizens of the Western Balkans. So what we need is more honesty in the process, in the reform efforts and in our interaction, to manage expectations, avoid disappointments and move forward together. Dear participants, let me conclude by saying that we need more than verbal and financial support to the region. We also need to follow through politically to be seen as serious, credible and trustworthy partner we are, both to the region and our international partners. For me, enlargement has no alternative. It is not a question of if, but when every single partner in the region joins the European Union. No other actor can offer what we offer, a credible European perspective for a region that belongs in Europe and which lies at the heart of it. And as a first step to show that we, the European Union, are serious in keeping our promises, is starting accession negotiations with Albania and North Macedonia and delivering visa liberalization for Kosovo. With this, I wish you a fruitful discussions today. Thank you very much.
So, dear viewers, as you saw and heard, the European Commissioner for Neighbourhood and Enlargement and EU Special Representative for Belgrade-Pristina dialogue, we heard them say honesty, openness. So I'm going to start with what Mr. Lajcak said in conclusion, that we need not only to express a political will, but also to prove a political action. In this regard, the question for the visa liberalization, which has not been put in place, is still open. The Kosovo implemented everything that was demanded from it, and it's a matter of honesty to resolve this issue as soon as possible. And now allow me to start with the panel, which is the EU enlargement process and the way forward. For me, it's a great pleasure to present our first participant, a wonderful lady, Deputy Prime Minister of Kosovo for Minority Issues and Human Rights, Madam Emilia Regepi, Deputy Prime Minister in Albert Kurti's government from 2010. She's been holding high positions 3 times in the Kosovo's government, Kosovo is one of the key countries which was left behind without any merit. So it's important for me that she's here. You have the floor first, Madam Redzepi.
Zahvaljujem se, gospodine Angel Džambarski. Izuzetna mi je čast da budem deo vašeg skupa danas i da na jedan
It's an honor for me to be present here and to make a few additions. I would like to congratulate all my colleagues. We should improve our friendship. We need more reforms. I'm a representative of a small country. I believe that it's a wrong thing not for the visas to be liberalized, because there is a young generation who need to have freedom of movement.
Ispunili sve kriterijume kao država koje je Europska komisija zahtevala od nas. Tako da u ovom slučaju izuzetno nam je drago da imamo podršku vašu pre svega, imamo podršku drugih naših poslanika poput Larsa. Mi smo se sinoć upoznali i onda malo smo razgovarali o celokupnoj aktuelnoj situaciji na Zapadnom Balkanu. Kao nova vlada na čelu sa premijerom Albinom Kurtijem, koja je više od 200 dana faktički na kosovskoj političkoj sceni, kao jedna od nekorumpiranih vlada, jako čistih vlada. Vizne liberalizacije rešimo na najbolji mogući način. Kosovo ima demokratsku vladu, jako stabilnu vladu. Smatramo da naši prioriteti i izazovi sa kojima se suočavamo i sa kojima se borimo jesu i dalje suzbijanje korupcije, organizovani kriminal, ali itekako naš prioritet je pandemija kao globalni svetski fenomen. Jako dobro upravljamo tom problematikom, ali itekako nam je bitan ekonomski oporavak naše zemlje od pandemije. Tako da u tom smislu zahtevam od vas i molim sve predstavnike koji su u Evropskom parlamentu i sve međunarodne faktore da nam pomognu i oko dobijanja fondova za ekonomski oporavak naše države, ali pre svega za proces vizne liberalizacije koji je prioritet za kosovsko društvo. Stojimo na raspolaganju i podržavamo dijalog između Kosova i Srbije uz međusobno priznanje, uvažavanje, poštovanje. Smatram da uvek trebamo graditi dobrosusedske odnose sa svim našim komšijama.
I believe that we should always have good neighborly relations with all our neighbors. This is the road forward for joining the EU. We, several times within this mandate of the European Parliament and previously as a group and national delegations, have always supported the introduction of visa liberalization because the authorities of Kosovo implemented all the demands to them. Now I'm going to present you the next participant, Tanja Miščević, Professor Doctor, who is the Deputy Secretary General of the Regional Cooperation Council. She's head of the team for Serbia joining the EU, and she's an associate professor of Belgrade. Madam Miščević, can you see us? Are you with us?
Yes. I hope that you can hear me, see me. Good morning, and thank you, first of all, to the New Direction Foundation, and particularly you, Mr. Džambarski, for inviting us, the Regional Cooperation Council, to share our view on such an important topic as the enlargement process of the Western Balkans. Definitely is for all of us. I am sorry I could not be in Sofia with you, but I am sending my greetings from Sarajevo. I will try not to repeat, but let me pick up with where Madam Deputy Prime Minister started. It is crucial for the whole region to support the European perspective and path for each and every of the Western Balkan six. In this respect, we also notice that there is a huge support of all of them for granting visa liberalization for Kosovo citizens, as it's extremely important for particularly young people to travel and to see Europe. That is the most important, but also to open the negotiation with North Macedonia, Albania, and new chapters or clusters now with all others. I deeply agree with what both Commissioner and Mr. Lajcak has said of finding the arguments why Western Balkan enlargement with the Western Balkan is in the interest of the European Union, much more or even more than for the Western Balkan six. I would call it, and we tend to call this completion of Europe much more than only enlargement of the European Union. But if you allow me, I will focus what I would like to on the very regional cooperation. Each and every year, we present the data of the survey of the people living in the Western Balkan on different issues. And each and every great, much more every year number of those who are supportive towards the regional cooperation. That is extremely important to notice. Now it's more than 70% of cities and 80% of business people in the region speaks that the regional cooperation is extremely important. Why regional cooperation? I will remind you that actually only for the Western Balkan as a region, regional cooperation is the criteria and condition for for becoming member of the Union, which is of course a reasonable condition. Up to now, we discuss about several laws that still impediment presented for the European for some of the economies and countries from the Western Balkan. But on the other hand, we also notice much more interest for the proper European cooperation, proper European way of cooperating within the region. And the newest development is definitely creating a common regional market. I will remind you all that that is the document that has been endorsed, adopted during Sofia summit a year ago. This is one of the summits of the Berlin process. What is actually a common regional market? It's our way of trying to establish a free market based on four freedoms, including freedom of movement, but also with some additional things, more digital. I don't know that everybody are aware that since July this year, we are roaming free area. That means that when I'm in Pristina, I will, even with my Sarajevo phone, I will not pay any roaming free. We would, of course, like to make it possible for our citizens, even when traveling in the European Union. There are green lanes that has been established among us during the pandemic of COVID. Again, we would like to, that means a faster lane for exchanging goods. And of course, people, we would like to enlarge it also with the EU member states. We are also the region that is following very closely the Green Deal of the European Union. We adopted and only recently in Brdo, Western Balkan 6 accepted the Green Agenda Action Plan for the Western Balkans, so to pick up with 2030 and 2050 agenda of the European Union. There are very positive developments, but how to use positive regional developments for the advancement of each and every of the European path. Well, we see the possibility in the new methodology, new negotiating methodology, which I hope it will raise some eyebrows and possibility for discussing further as the new methodology introduce phasing in policies. So use the example of the green agenda for the Western Balkans. So the idea is, as we are advancing in introducing all the obligation of the Western Balkan in terms of the green agenda for the Western Balkan, to be recognized also as part of the EU environmental policy and climate change, as there could not be carbon Europe without polluted or with polluted Western Balkan. So in that respect, we can work together. And let me finish with one sentence. That is our way how to prove the credibility of the Western Balkan. We do own the process of the regional cooperation, and we do own all of us, we sense the ownership for the advancement in the European path and bring Europe much more into our region. Again, thank you very much. I am, of course, here and open for any question and comments. Back to you, Mr. Jambaski.
I also thank you, Madam Mishevich. There will be questions soon. I will have a question to each one of you. The next speaker is my colleague, Ladislav Ilčić. He's an MEP from Hrast, and he was a municipal councillor, a member of Parliament of the Croatian Parliament, and special advisor to the Ministers of Foreign Affairs and Culture. He's a part of the ECR, a very good colleague, and I'm glad to welcome him, albeit remotely. Good morning, Ladislav. You have the floor to present yourself. Please turn on your microphone.
Can you turn on your micro, please? Micro, just...
Please turn on your microphone.
Just open your microphone.
Please turn on your microphone.
Do we have one?
We cannot hear you.
Not yet.
We cannot hear you now.
Maybe you can try without this headset.
Please try without the headset.
Дали мога да помоля да се свържете с него някак?
Can I ask someone to get in touch with him through other means?
Уважаеми колега, сега ще направим връзка с вас, а докато върви този технически разговор...
Somebody will get in touch with you. In the meantime, we will switch to the next participant in order not to waste time. This is Ferenc Nemeth. He's a research fellow at the Institute for Foreign Affairs and Trade. Since 2019, his fields of research include Southeast Europe, EU integration, and security studies. It's a pleasure to see you, Mr. Nemeth. You have the floor.
Mr. Jambaski. It's a pleasure to be here among such excellent politicians and panelists and experts on the Western Balkans here today. And on behalf of the Institute for Foreign Affairs and Trade, I would also like to say it's an honor to be part of this panel and conference as well. In recent years, and this is going to be no surprise for any of the panelists or to the audience, that the enlargement suffers from a dead end. It's in a dead end, let's put it in this way, and I'm going to elaborate on a bit on this. First of all, the EU faces many challenges, We have a new German leadership. The French elections are coming up in 2022. The pandemic caused a lot of uncertainties, both politically and economically, to the EU and also to the Western Balkans. And we must mention the departure of the United Kingdom from the EU. The UK, despite its relations with the EU, was one of the biggest supporters of the Western Balkans integration and enlargement to the European Union. So that really created this sense of insecurity and sense of uncertainty for the region as well. And the question rightfully arises, in my opinion, what's the way forward for the region? What's the way forward for EU enlargement? The good news is that the EU still has plenty of member states that are supporters of enlargement with good cultural, historic, and political ties to the region. And they do everything they can politically, economically, from their capitals and from Brussels to push for the enlargement, to make it as an agenda and keep it on the highest levels as a significant political agenda, even today and in the future. One of these countries or one of these groups are the Visegrad 4 countries, including the country that I come from, Hungary, because given Hungary's proximity to the region, we shared values and history. It is no wonder that no matter the government composition in Budapest, we are one of the biggest supporters of EU enlargement towards the Western Balkans. We have many reasons to do so. We can talk about security-related issues, such as migration, such as peace and stability in the Western Balkans, because it might sound cheesy, but whatever happens in the Balkans will eventually have positive or a negative impact on Hungary and the wider Central European region as well. So for us, for Budapest, it is one of the highest importance to maintain security and stability in the Western Balkans. And because of this reason, it was a great honor and a great success for the Hungarian diplomacy to have the KFOR's commander's position for 1 year, because in this way we can really showcase our position in towards maintaining peace and stability in the region. The second one is related to minority issues. Hungary has a sizable kin minority in Vojvodina, in Serbia, and the well-being of the kin minority ever since the 90s in Hungary enjoyed a great priority. So we support from Budapest our kin minority. Our aim is to have their rights secured in the region, in the places where they live. And also we try to support them economically as much as we can. And I arrive to my third point, that is economy. Hungary, but also the additional Visegrad countries, has significant economic presence in the Western Balkans, not just in Serbia, but in all Western Balkan 6 countries. And in order to maintain those, in order to further develop those economic ties, it is Hungary's interest to keep, and I'm coming back to my first point, to keep the peace and security and stability of the region. Without those, we cannot have a stable economic environment. Without that, the Western Balkan region will not be able to attract foreign investment, will not be able to develop its economy. I will stop here. I will pass back the floor to you, Mr. Jambaski, and I'm looking forward to have a fruitful discussion with you.
Thank you, Ferenc.
Now we are moving on to our next speaker, Assistant Professor Anton Panchev, beyond any doubt the best expert in Bulgaria as regards Albania, Kosovo and other factors in the Western Balkans. He graduated Political Science, Balkan Studies, Sofia University. He has been teaching at the Balkan Studies Department since 2009. He defended a PhD thesis, The Albanian Factor on the Balkans. So you can see that it is a person with very high expertise. Thank you very much, Mr. Jambaski. Esteemed colleagues, it is indeed a pleasure for me. I would like to especially welcome and congratulate our guests from the Republic of Kosovo, the embassy in Sofia. I'm going to focus on a specific topic. It relates to the relations between the European Union and Northern Macedonia and the integration of the Republic of Northern Macedonia in the European Union. When I noticed that as regards the first panel, the text mentions that there is a bilateral dispute between Bulgaria and Northern Macedonia. Allow me not to agree with this. We are speaking about European values. The Republic of Bulgaria defends European values in this argument. Let me outline the main issues and explain what I mean. The Republic of Northern Macedonia has put in place a propaganda media machine which spreads racist ideas. Attempts have been made to place the relationships between the two countries on a racial basis. Namely, the Bulgarians belong to the yellow race, which is at a lower level. This is according to the texts of official textbooks in Northern Macedonia, including textbooks in the languages of the other ethnic minorities. Furthermore, serious falsifications of the historic past. This is not only a scientific issue. The problem is that the ethnic Bulgarians in Macedonia are forced to learn false things, things that are not based on the truth. Furthermore, we have to reiterate that the Republic of North Macedonia has a well-targeted falsification of historic monuments. Hundreds of monuments have been destroyed. The inscriptions have been deleted. Furthermore, as regards academic research, the textbooks in North Macedonia, there are texts with territorial claims with respect to Bulgaria. It is claimed that southwestern Bulgaria is Macedonian territory. Moreover, persecution against a very numerous Macedonian minority in Bulgaria. Those who claim that Bulgaria has a Macedonian minority, this means supporting the thesis of the former communist regime. They proclaimed a Macedonian community under the pressure of Stalin and Tito. Diplomats, experts from EU member states have been disseminating and have supported these racist ideas, these falsifications. I'm stating this based on some research. For example, a Slovenian institute has made some untrue statements regarding Bulgarians, even some neo-Nazi theories. In other words, the Bulgarians were an amorphic group back in the past as being part of the Macedonian society. This is not true. Some of the Western European experts should focus on researching the role of their societies, in particular in the 19th century. We know what happened with Bulgaria's national borders as a result of the actions of the great forces. We know what the development later on was in the 20th century. In addition, historic issues are particularly relevant in terms of the relations between Bulgaria and the Russian Federation. All of those who are not biased to know that in the Middle Ages, the Bulgarian civilization had a huge influence, a huge impact on the Russian culture and mindset. What is happening nowadays, namely, efforts have been made to minimize, to understate Bulgaria's influence and contribution. As regards Bulgaria and North Macedonia, an agreement, a friendship agreement, was signed in 2017. This agreement has not been implemented by Skopje. The meetings of the group of history experts have failed. North Macedonia has received some advice, namely, it shouldn't be implementing the agreement, but should rather rely on exerting pressure on Bulgaria, which is absolutely unacceptable. In conclusion, I'm going to say that this behavior by West European diplomats, politicians and experts contributes to lessening the influence of the European Union on Bulgaria. Opinion polls show this. The confidence has dropped by 10%, the confidence in the EU amongst Bulgarian nationals. It also undermines the foreign policy issues. EU representatives have insisted on human rights, on protecting cultural monuments. They have accused global forces in respect of offences against cultural heritage. Meanwhile, they have allowed North Macedonia to disseminate false ideas. North Macedonia should become a member of the EU. However, given that they change their attitude, that they reform their policies. Otherwise, their membership will be a strong blow against EU values. Now I can see that we are well connected to our speaker, Ladislav Ilčić.
Good morning, Mr. Jambatsky. I hope this time connection will work. Okay, thank you. And I want to thank all the organizers for the invitation and opportunity to participate in this summit conference. Although I'm a member of the delegation for relations with Bosnia and Herzegovina and Kosovo of the European Parliament, my interest in the Western Balkans is not connected just to this political position. Of course, as a resident of the Republic of Croatia, I can freely say that the area of the Western Balkans is our closest neighborhood. Therefore, I cannot remain indifferent to political and other developments in this area, because the echo of these developments, events, is reflected in my homeland and thus in the European Union. With the accession of the Republic of Croatia to the EU in 2013, after years of reforms and numerous other efforts to meet the highest criteria for a single candidate country set until then, it seemed that we opened the Union's door to the Western Balkan states more than ever. This optimism was, as time has shown, short-lived. The latest EU Western Balkans Summit, held in early October this year, has deepened the disappointments of those expecting certain dates for the continued accession of candidate countries. At this point, some logical questions arise. Why haven't these countries made any significant progress in recent years on their path to the EU integration? What caused this obvious and, for the people of Western Balkans, frustrating stalemate? In order to propose possible solutions for further progress at today's summit conference, we must first determine the causes of the stalemate. The stalemate in the accession process of the Western Balkans is, in short, a combination of aggravating geopolitical circumstances, especially those that occurred after Brexit. Most remarkable indicator is the growing skepticism in some Western European member countries regarding the total prospect of further enlargement of EU. Furthermore, the general lack of faith that the implementation of accession criteria will truly be met by some governments of Western Balkan countries. It is my deep conviction that the Western Balkans should become part of EU. But I am even more convinced that the candidate countries should deserve to join the Union. Recently, in a speech on a similar topic, I said the Republic of Croatia has done its part in acquiring the conditions for joining the Union. By ending this difficult path, we welcome the fact that we are a part of the Union for 8 years. Joining the EU has provided us with new opportunities for social and economic development and strong geopolitical positioning, which I consider to be the greatest gain of Croatian entry. Nothing was free, of course. We had to earn everything, including the opportunities we still have today as a full member state. On the other hand, I consider unjust the obvious tendency for all candidate countries in the Western Balkans to be treated as part of a single club. Their progress on the path to accession is separate and should be taken into account as such. Treating these countries as part of a single economic and political entity, which will at some point be entering the EU together, or which is much more certain today stay together in the waiting room for a long time, is not fair or encouraging. The essence of this political moment is that it doesn't matter how much you have progressed individually if your neighbor has not progressed, because you are part of the same chain. If we have clearly defined conditions for accession, then it is fair to give each candidate country the opportunity to represent results they have achieved as the only valid argument of accession. I would like to highlight some of the current examples. The aggravated relations between Serbia and Kosovo have been, figuratively speaking, a lowered anchor for years, which does not allow a ship called the Western Balkans to sail to a safer port. Moreover, we already have a new anchor on the horizon which can make accession of the Western Balkans a completely impossible mission, and that is the case of Bosnia and Herzegovina. The Bosniak Unitarian and Serbian separatist policies in this country unscrupulously show day by day that they are ready to give up the EU perspective if the accession criteria don't meet the path of their nationalist policies. However, we still have to emphasize the fact that the situation in Serbia, Kosovo, and Bosnia and Herzegovina is not identical to the situation in Northern Macedonia, Albania, or Montenegro, nor are their ambitions, commitment, and progress results achieved on the path towards the EU. The main reforms expected from the Western Balkans candidate states focus on the rule of law, economy and the market, environmental protection, human rights and the functioning of democratic institutions. In addition to these conditions, I can openly say that there are individual conditions that will be set by some member states. For instance, openly, in case of Bosnia and Herzegovina, real political equality of all three nations will be asked as a precondition for entering. We as Croatia cannot allow, for example, that Bosniak people overvote and in that way elect their candidate as Croatian representative. Or we Croats will certainly ask Serbia to give us information regarding the missing citizens of Croatia from the period of Serbian aggression on Croatia. Then, return of cultural heritage stolen in those times, as well as the war damage compensation and, of course, solving border issues. Of course, also other member states will seek to regulate a relation concerning the rights and position of national minorities and issues concerning identity, history and language. This set of conditions, which are demanding, is used by some governments, for example Serbia, as an excuse to stop accession progress or even justify attempts to blackmail the EU with ideas that it will replace its focus from the EU with some other geopolitical players like Russia. The European Union will not help itself or the candidate countries if it decides to accept them into its membership beyond any order or merit, nor will it nullify the influence of Russia, Turkey or China in these countries. Without the essential reforms I have listed, there is no social shift for the better. These countries will continue to be held hostage to the structural problems they face nowadays. The Balkans presents a region full of history, but unfortunately, from which local political leaders keep picking bad lessons incompatible with better tomorrow plans. Outside the EU perspective, the Western Balkans will certainly remain in a political unstable area of widespread corruption, stagnant economic processes, negative demographic trends, as young and educated people leave not only because of poor living prospects, but also because of the constant threat of new or continuation of previous wars. The implementation of the given EU frameworks is the only way for these countries to take a step towards the better perspective. Because in their case, there is no truly better alternative. No matter how challenging, the set accession criteria do not offer half-hearted solutions, but a civilized standards worthy of a community such as the European Union. And it is up to us to recognize and appreciate the progress and efforts that the candidate countries are making on this path, with clear and strong support to those governments in the Western Balkans that are not calculating, but are truly working on the path to EU integration. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you, dear colleague.
Esteemed viewers, we are now moving on to another colleague of ours, a member of the European Parliament, ECR, Hans-Patrick Berke. He has worked for a number of multinational companies. He was staff of the German army. He was member of the provincial parliament in Baden-Württemberg.
This very important conference among all the distinguished politicians and experts attending. I am deeply convinced that, referring to the statement of Commissioner Várhelyi, the economic support package ranging up to 30 billion euros is highly appreciated. But I'm also very deeply convinced that there has been too much sweet talk within the last 20 years regarding the issue we are discussing. Let me highlight this. Let me give you an example. The economic performance of the 6 Western Balkan states equals that of Slovakia. The 6 Western Balkan states have approximately 18 million inhabitants. Slovakia has approximately 5 million inhabitants. So this example actually highlights how much there needs to be done in the future, not only economically, but also in other fields. I would also like to focus on one country, and that is Kosovo. Kosovo has a very large diaspora in Germany, in Austria, and in Switzerland. Very thrifty and industrious people who contribute to the economies of the mentioned states. But the young generation, and Kosovo is a very young country, the young generation in Kosovo and other 6 Western Balkan states, they need a perspective. They need a perspective for the future. And if these young people don't have a perspective, they will be not only very frustrated, they will or might even fall prey to other forces who aren't interested in stability and integration of these states into the European Union. So one of the key issues is, for Kosovo, for example, visa liberalization. That is very, very important, and I think this issue needs to be upgraded on the political agenda in Brussels. Let me focus on a different issue, that is geopolitics. The esteemed colleague Ilčić just referred to this issue, and there are many players currently very much engaged in the region, in the Western Balkans, for example, Russia, for example, China, for example, Turkey, and even players from the Middle East. And if the young people in these states that we are talking about won't have a perspective for the future, to have a job, to have a sustainable living, to stay in their countries and not to be forced to move elsewhere, then there is a high degree of frustration which might lead to the fact that these countries will turn more to the 3 mentioned big key players like Turkey, Russia, and China, and that will be very dangerous. So we in Brussels are often discussing issues like gender equality, etc., which is, of course, also an important issue, but to my feelings, we need to put geostrategy, the stability of the Western Balkans, accession to the European Union, and of course the key issue, visa liberalization, more to the top of the political agenda. And that is very important, and if this doesn't happen, we will have, as Europeans, a big problem on the rim of the European Union.
Thank you, dear colleague. I can fully agree with you regarding the unjust behavior of Brussels on the visa liberalization issue. We all know that Kosovo already did everything, did their homework. They are ready, basically ready. They completely rebuilt and renewed their system of justice, law and justice, and everything they were asked to do. But still we are facing this unjust postponement, unjust treatment. And now that's why, Madam Deputy Prime Minister, I want to ask you, what is the, as you see here, there is a unity within our group. We are very supportive. What is your main message to Brussels from here? What is the core message you want from us to translate to Brussels? Not only on the visa liberalization, everything you believe is important to be heard in Brussels.
Kao što su moji kolege govorili o različitim državama i o životu svih naroda u tim državama, tako i ja mogu sa ponosom da kažem da je Kosovo multietnička država.
I'm proud to say that Kosovo is a multi-ethnic state. It has a high number of Albanian nationals. Equality has been ensured in Kosovo for all the ethnic communities living in that state, for everybody who perceive themselves as being part of Kosovo's society. Thank you very much to Mr. Laszlo, who has stated his support. We have been assisted by your country during the military, during the war period. Our gratitude to Bulgaria, who is a very good neighbor of ours. I deeply believe that what links us is history. Bulgaria is amongst the first countries that recognized Kosovo's independence. Last night, we had a talk with Kosovo's ambassador. We addressed issues related to our cultural relations as well as our economic relations. We do have resources for further developing the economic relations between Kosovo and Bulgaria. Brussels should know that Kosovo is a country of stability and peace. It is a state that pays due respect to the other states, to the other nations. We are a multi-ethnic country where a variety of languages are spoken. We want to be equal. We want to live in an environment of equity and stability. We wanted to set a positive example for this region, an example regarding the way in which the Kosovar minority and the other minorities have been duly reflected in our national constitution. All of us focus our efforts on the prosperity, on the well-being of everybody living on our territory. Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister. Based on your experience of many years with the negotiation process, you were a member of the team, then you were head of the team. What advice would you give Mrs. Miščević to the leaders of the Western Balkans with respect to the upcoming negotiations? What is your advice to the Western Balkan leaders?
Well, thank you very much for the question. The main issue, once when you reach the consensus among the member states of the European Union for negotiating membership, is actually less to negotiate with Brussels, but much more at home, as the topic for the negotiation are actually internal reforms, as we heard from Croatia experience. How to introduce not only harmonized legal acts or harmonized European standards, but how to create rights for all of us citizens living in the negotiating country. That is the hardest thing to achieve. It's not only that in terms of money to create the institutions, but it's much more in terms of the practice of the knowledge, professional level of knowledge of people dealing with the issues. And I will put the emphasis on development, establishing strong institutional basis for well-functioning judiciary and prosecutor as it the most important thing. That is why I'm saying Europe at our homes, not only and not necessarily how and or better to say when each and every of the Western Balkan states. I could not agree more. We are not promoting the joint entry but merit-based approach to all countries wishing and willing to become member of the European Union. But it's less important today. The most important is what we are going to achieve at home, particularly in terms of the rule of law.
Благодаря сърдечно.
Thank you very much.
Мнение от опитен експерт.
That was a very valuable opinion shared by a highly experienced expert. It is an opinion to be taken into account in the context of the upcoming negotiations. My question to Ladislav, my colleague from Croatia, what is your comment regarding the situation in Bosnia? What are your projections regarding the development of this situation as regards the rights of the Croatian minority in Bosnia? Do you think we need a stronger EU comment on this topic?
Of course we do, but also, you know, when you speak and then say Croatian minority, yes, it is the problem because we really are now minority there, and we according to Dayton, we shouldn't be minority there. So there is a real problem because you know, I could say maybe that European Union doesn't recognize the Bosniak unitarists who are, I think, they're also the big problem for Bosnia and Herzegovina. Maybe I would say also bigger than Serbian nationalists. Because they want, you know, to how they say, to ruin the agreement we have from Dayton, and they of course have a strong support from Turkey, and that is a big problem. And we have to change the situation, and we have to make the situation which is in which there will be possible for Croats real to be the equal people as it is in Dayton and as it was before the war. Two more aspects I would say. First is demography. You know, in all these 6 countries, demography will become bigger and bigger problem, because if all good people willing to work and who want to have some progress in their life, if all people leave to European Union or to some other countries, then who will change the situation? You know, all governments have a tendency to grab power. And if there are no people progressive and who want to change things, then government will be very slow. So we need people who want to work, and of course there are differences. For example, Kosovo has really a big advantage in having people. You know, that is comparing to other European states, a big advantage, because they have people. But also for them, since a lot of Kosovo people went to, as my colleague said, to Germany, to Austria, to Switzerland, and so it is also possible that they will have problems. So we cannot, so the demography is connected to time. We cannot wait too long for these countries to become members of the European Union. Otherwise, they will all people will leave. And the last aspect I wanted to underline is the, how they say, a difficult position of these countries in, and of course they are very, all their national interests depend on that, if they will become a member of the European Union or not. And then some lobbies from European Union make illegal pressure to these governments, to these states, to their societies to accept some destructive social phenomena, and then they accept it, you know, because I know that from experience of Croatia, when we had these very, very long negotiations and very difficult negotiations, and then everything what would come from European Union would be sacred, you know, and not just good things from European Union, but some illegal, not official standpoints of European Union was perceived as sacred, and we should suppose it, like different leftist agenda which are burdening also the work of European Parliament, you know. So really we have to be very clear in our criteria. You know, if European Union has no competence on, for example, family law or for some other ethical issues, then European Union cannot make these criteria for Kosovo or for different states to accept, I don't know, this kind of laws which left-wing parties would like to. Because left-wing parties in European Union live out of this, that they impose their worldview to Poland, even to Texas. You know, what Texas have with European Union, and where is democracy? We cannot let the people of Texas to decide. So we must help these states of Western Balkan to defend from illegal and unclear criteria made by some lobbies from European Union.
Thank you, Ladislav. Madam Deputy Prime Minister, do you want to intervene?
Znate kako, svih ovih godina je konfuzno stanje u Bosni i Hercegovini i mi svi itekako pratimo šta se tamo događa, jer de facto dotiče sve nas.
We have a lot of events which refer to us, especially as regards the relations between Bosniaks and Croats, between Bosniaks and Serbs. There is always some pressure in these relations. I was in Sarajevo. I had to apply for a visa. It took 1 week, although it was an official visa. There were so many hurdles in the issuing of a visa. So imagine, I'm a deputy prime minister. Imagine how difficult it is for ordinary citizens as regards visas. Serbia is closer to us, and we could otherwise go, but we could not go to Bosnia and Herzegovina. So, if you'd like to be on the political scene for a long time and you're not successful, irrespective of which is the ruling party and where it comes from, they will always bring rise to national pressure, irrespective of whether it is caused by race or other. They will always find ways, and there are always tensions which are in place. In this moment, we should help Bosnia and Herzegovina. There was a genocide there, and no population, no country should experience this. We would all be responsible if there is such a conflict of such a nature. I see in you a factor of stability as regards compromise, dialogue, which should come to the fore in the agenda, which should be considered a priority. I think that we should avoid such negative scenarios because in the 21st century, in which Europe is very stable, with important countries such as Germany, which is working for its stability, we should look up at Germany and to have stability in our own. We enjoy the support of Germany and the US, and so far when we have been striving to be following on the road of democracy, avoiding conflict, avoiding violence, let alone a war which could endanger our life.
The Prime Ministers of Serbia, North Macedonia and Albania recently announced so-called Open Balkan Initiative. Well, their statement was that this initiative is not against the Berlin process, but still there are some concerns in this regard. On the other hand, we face a lot of voices in Europe to organize Together Europe. What is your opinion here? What is behind this Open Balkan initiative? Who is behind? Who is the, let's say, the founder? And what will be the result of this initiative?
Well, it's pretty difficult, if not impossible, to answer the who is behind part. I would rather focus on what is behind, let's say, this idea of creating this Open Balkans / mini Schengen formula. In my perspective, or from my perspective, the Open Balkans initiative came out of the desire to do something if the EU enlargement leads nowhere. These states, Serbia, North Macedonia, and Albania, I believe rightfully acknowledge the fact that the EU enlargement in this current state will not lead to full-fledged membership in the near future, but they somehow need to build and create stronger ties, not just with the EU, but with each other as well. This is not something new. The EU also has a lot of initiatives with the purpose of bringing these 6 countries together economically. And also, this was a prerequisite for the Visegrad countries, for example, the countries that joined in 2004, to abolish taxes, for example, to create a common economic region prior joining the EU. So in this sense, I think any initiative that can fulfill this goal of economic integration is good. The problem from my perspective with the Open Balkans initiative is that it doesn't include all of the 6 countries of the region. And rightfully, we could ask, what's the point if not all 6 countries are part of this economic cooperation? It will be a platform for further political tensions, disagreements, and it will obviously hinder economic growth and development in the region. And at the same time, it will send negative messages to the EU as well, to Brussels as well. And not to mention the inflow of FDI. So that's why I would say is that the core idea itself, creating an economic platform, is excellent, but it should include all the aspiring member states from the Balkans. And also, I would only stick to one initiative. Right now, this is also a problem that I could detect, that we have so many initiatives aiming at creating joint platforms, let's say, from an economic point of view. But we would only, the Western Balkans would only need one that is not, that can work on a long run. And that can actually make the average citizen's lives better in the region. And I truly believe that with initiatives as such, it can mitigate the negative effects of emigration as well. Because if the economic situation gets better, that would mean that more people in the region have jobs in the region, and they don't have to go to Germany or to other EU member states to have a better to have a better life, period. And this is something that I think the Visegrad countries support unequally, to build strong economic ties, not just between the EU and the Western Balkans, but within the Western Balkan countries as well. And on the other hand, I think the Visegrad cooperation can also serve as a good example for the region. Not majorly from an economic perspective, but from the way that we could put aside our differences. We are not a homogeneous group, but we could put aside our differences. We created the Visegrad cooperation in the early 90s before joining the EU, and it's still one of the major cooperation mechanisms in the EU. And this is something that the Western Balkans should also focus on, creating joint platforms and cooperations that they can use not just before joining the EU, but after they join the European Union as well.
Thank you. Уважаеми господин Панчев.
Distinguished Mr. Panchev, as I said at the very beginning, you are a well-recognized expert on Albanian issues in the Balkan region. With all my due respect to the government of Kosovo, if you were an advisor to Kosovo's government, what would your advice be? Your advice regarding the recognition of the Republic of Kosovo by the remaining 4 or 5 European states. Hypothetically speaking, what would be your advice? It is slightly difficult for me to step into that role. Beyond any doubt, Kosovo's case is a sui generis case. The recognition of Kosovo by Spain, Slovenia, Romania, Cyprus does not in any way threaten the national interests of these European states. It doesn't threaten any of their concerns related to minority issues. There shouldn't be any concerns. So what strategy should the Republic of Kosovo choose? I won't be particularly diplomatic. I will be slightly critical with respect to the Republic of Albania. I think that over recent years, the Albanian government has not made tangible efforts to ensure the recognition of the Republic of Kosovo. What we need is Tirana being more proactive. Kosovo, being an emerging, a new state, does not still have the necessary capacity, including financial capacity, in order to be successful with the public diplomacy. Criticism should also be passed on the remaining EU member states. In reality, they haven't done much in order to facilitate the process. What is obviously needed is, of course, not pressure. I don't like these words when we speak about interstatal relations. However, the other EU member states do need some policy in order to ensure a solution to that issue. The previous government of Kosovo have done their best indeed, in spite of their limited possibilities. Thank you once again, colleague Berg, for joining this conference. I have a question to you, not in your capacity as an EU representative, but as a representative of a Western European country. What is your perception of the attitude of the societies in Western Europe with regard to migration threats, tension in relation to these processes? What are your observations regarding Western European societies?
Thank you very much. That is a very important question. Migration is top agenda, not only in Germany, but in many other member states of the European Union. Currently, we are confronted with a very, very serious conflict on the external borders of the European Union between Poland and Belarus. Actually, a hybrid warfare that is initiated most likely by Mr. Lukashenko and some other powers. And then we have a destabilized North Africa, Sahel. We have the Afghanistan conflict, Syria, etc. So migration is a very, very top agenda issue. Plus, of course, the security issue that is related to migration, which is very important. We had many incidents in Western Europe, in Germany, coming from or being initiated by migrants, asylum seekers, attacks on people, beheadings in France, and migration will stay a top priority. Nevertheless, I think there also needs to be a shift in mindset in the capitals of Western Europe in regards to the 6 countries we are currently talking about. There are many stereotypes like corruption and organized crime, migration that are related to these 6 countries. Of course, these are also realities, but we need to shift from these stereotypes in order to make progress. And that is very important that the people in the Western European states, the member states of the European Union, are really interested in accession of the 6 Western Balkan states. That is of high priority.
Thank you, dear colleague. Dear colleagues, we are going to exhaust our Q&A session, so I'd like to ask you for the short conclusion. And now we'll reverse the list. So, Lars, we'll start with your conclusion. Please, the floor is yours once again. Just to conclude, your conclusion.
My conclusion in a nutshell is the European Union simply cannot afford to be disinterested in what is happening in the 6 Western Balkan states. We need to have stability in this region. We need to give the young people, especially the young people, a perspective for the future, to have a prosperous life in these countries. And we need to be aware that there are other forces, other powers, very powerful countries who have no interest in prosperity in this region and no interest in stability. So if these countries fill the gap instead of the European Union, we will have a lot of trouble, a lot of problems.
Thank you. Колега Панчев, ваше заключение?
Mr. Pantchev, your conclusion. Regrettably, I'm slightly pessimistic as I don't witness any positive changes in the Brussels institutions with regard to the Balkan region, with regard to the countries in this region. Why am I saying this? We have been speaking about hybrid threats, external influences, foreign forces. Meanwhile, the EU has been very passive in all respects. What is obviously required is a fundamental reform in the foreign policy, the security and foreign policy of the EU, so that this policy would also be efficient and effective with respect to the Balkan region. By using only strategies and granting funds and various grants, the issues cannot be solved. We have to acknowledge the mistakes made in the past, and we have to build relations with the relevant countries based on their genuine interests.
Thank you. Although the EU's credibility in the Western Balkans is not as bright, let's say, as it used to be, the Western Balkan countries should know that they still have support and they still have friends in the EU. And one of those friends are the Visegrad countries. We don't necessarily have these days a good reputation in EU institutions. We have to be honest and blunt. We have our own problems, but that doesn't mean that we cannot support you and we cannot be and we cannot share our experience with you that you can, I believe, highly benefit from. Those experiences can include our experiences through our EU accession negotiations and process, our experience concerning reconciliation. We had a lot of issues. We managed to overcome those issues. And also, please use the Visegrad countries to advocate your goals. Have specific goals. Talk to your Visegrad country representatives and partners, and they can somehow try to push for your goals on the EU level, and they can also push for the EU enlargement to be still a priority at the European agenda. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Good advice. Now, Ladislav, are you still with us?
I'm still here, of course. Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Oh, that's great.
We are listening for your conclusion.
So first, I will start with Bosnia and Herzegovina. So we have to change. So the election law should be changed. So it's a conditio sine qua non. And a better position for Croats in Bosnia. So this unitarism should be decreased. Then concerning Serbia, no blackmail from Serbia to European Union. So they have to be aware that they have to fulfill criteria and not to blackmail European Union with like better relation to Russia. They have good relation to Russia, but anyway, they have to fulfill criteria. Then I would say that we, as I said in the beginning, as European Union, we must have clear criteria and judge every country according to what they achieved. And at the end, I would agree with Hungarian colleague, what he said. These countries really have friends in European Union. If I can add that sometimes I think that also Hungary has to, how they say, to open relation to Serbia, which encourage them to go on their own and to hope that they will enter the European Union according that blackmailing and not according to criteria which are set. But anyway, I hope that we shall have in the future, in the nearest future, more politicians in European Parliament and in governments of European member states, which will be more like Polish and Hungarian governments. I hope that Italians are going the similar way, and that means that we shall have a real politicians who care about reality and not just when, for example, when we had the case with the situation on the border between Kosovo and Serbia, and then we had some negotiations there, and after that Kosovo military withdrew, and then we had a meeting there, and half of the meeting were congratulations, like European politicians made something, and Kosovo military could come again, because the problem is not actually solved. They made some, compromise, but so we don't need politicians who just speak a lot, but who can see reality and can give real solutions.
Thank you, Vladislav. Madam Miščević.
Yes, I will try really to be as short as it possible, but I would like first to give the more info on the regional platform, as I think that you all agree that initiatives for regional integration are important, like Open Balkans, does not serve being inclusive. I will just like to remind you of the common regional market as the regional initiative of all six, which has its own agenda, and we would like really, especially members of the European Parliament, but also researchers, to have in mind that actually there are developments for all six. From time to time, of course, with the huge problem of the bilateral issues that still exist in the region, but they all produce a good results, and that is what we have to brag, and that is what we have to explain. My final words would be on credibility on both sides. So it's not only credibility of the European Union that is needed, but also credibility of the Western Balkans is needed to achieve the results once when they promise to continue doing the job. All of them, we all as the region have the strategic interest of becoming member of the European Union. So there is no question mark. Are we going to fulfill the criteria? We have to, because our credibility is on stake. Again, thank you very much, Mr. Dzhambazki, for inviting me.
Thank you. Madam Redzepi, the floor is yours.
Pre svega još jednom želim da izrazim zahvalnost svima vama, gospodine Angel. Hvala veliko pre svega i na pozivu, ali i na vašoj podršci. Hvala svima vama
Thank you for the invitation. Thank you to all of you supporting the enlargement process and for the integration of all of us on equal footing. All of us were part of former Yugoslavia, and some, part like Croatia and Slovenia, have become members and others are not. Now, I don't know what stereotypes and what different trends you mark in order to exclude Kosovo. Kosovo should strive for progress. It's as if we're living on another continent. We are neighbors, we've been living together for ages. I don't understand the mentality of our neighbors who experience economic growth in their countries. When their products are placed on our market, why don't we have reciprocity to adopt different measures for the economic development for Kosovo? I don't believe that other neighbors don't have positive perspective policy towards us. We share our life, economy, tourism.
mi smo jedina zemlja
What
u
affects
regionu,
the
ali možda i u
individual?
Evropi sa
We're the
tako
only
mladom radnom
country in the
snagom.
region
To je jedan najjači potencijal jedne zemlje koju
with
posjedujemo.
young
I nije u redu
workforce.
da
This is
nas
a
na
huge
tom putu
potential
neko
that we
stagnira.
have.
I nije u redu da upravo svi vi
Some
kada
people
danas
are
govorite
trying to
da imate
stagnate
jako
us.
dobru razvijenu ekonomiju, ali da nemate
We all
radnu
heard
snagu.
you have a
Sad
good
mi imamo jako
economy
veliki
and
potencijal
don't have a workforce. Now we
intelektualne
have a
radne
huge
mlade
potential.
populacije
We have a
koju
huge
želimo da zadržimo u
intellectual
svojoj državi.
potential. We have young
Za koju
generations
smatram
that
da
we
naša
want
vlada ima
to
jako
retain in
dobru
our country. So I
razvojnu,
believe that
ekonomsku i socijalnu
my
politiku i
government
nemojte nas
has
sprečavati u
a
tom
very
procesu,
good
zato što
economic
smatram
and social
da ćemo
development
odgovornost
policy.
preuzeti na
Don't
sebe
hinder
ukoliko
us
se
in
bilo
our
šta
process
loše
because
dogodi.
we
A znam
will
sigurno
assume
i
the
tvrdim sigurno
responsibility
da sa ovom novom vladom,
and
da sa svima nama
in
zajedno
case something bad
otvorite nam,
happens.
dajte nam šansu da budemo deo te zajedničke
I
porodice.
believe
Vi
that
ćete
we
sami
should be
vidjeti
given a
koliko smo mi
chance
sposobni kao
to
narod
be
da to uradimo.
one whole family, and you'll see how
Благодаря ви,
capable we
уважаема
are
госпожо
as
заместник министър-председател. Това, което се опитах да проверя,
population. Thank you. What I tried to check, but I didn't.
вярвам, че беше така, всъщност най-малото
The
население в
youngest
Европа е държавата на
population,
население Kosovo.
the country with the youngest population in Europe is Kosovo. We should look at this as an opportunity, not as a threat.
Уважаеми зрители,
Dear viewers, I hope that these 2 hours were of interest to you. We presented different important and reasoned viewpoints. You heard viewpoints from the Deputy Prime Minister of Kosovo, there were colleagues from Germany, Serbia, Hungary. Mr. Panchev from Bulgaria also made a statement. He's a proven expert on these topics. I hope that you got the trustworthy information that you wanted, and I hope that now you have a well-grounded information and know what is ahead for the Western Balkans. The participants today got united around the thesis that the integration of the Western Balkans should be supported. There shouldn't be double standards. I will reiterate that there is a double standard as regards to Kosovo, and this is in the way. This does not help because Kosovo has done her homework and there is no honest answer. And this will disappoint its citizens. What should happen, and as Mr. Panchev mentioned, the Republic of North Macedonia needs to see serious changes in order to see the beginning of negotiations. There should be minimum standards at least. Even the European Convention on Human Rights, there are a lot of things that the government of North Macedonia could learn. Thank you all. You've been very detailed. I wish you interesting second and third part of today's conference on the future of the Western Balkans. We're going to continue in the afternoon. Afternoon, dear guests. It's an honor for me to welcome you at the second part of our conference. The next panel is dedicated to a topic important for not only the Western Balkans, but Europe as a whole. It is dedicated to security, migration, and foreign interference in the Western Balkans. The panel will be moderated by Madam Anna Fotyga, who is former Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Poland. She's a coordinator of ECFR Group in the European Parliament, in the Commission for Foreign Affairs and Security. Madam Fotyga, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you and see you perfectly well. Thank you.
Perfect. Glad. I'm now giving you the words to open up the next panel, and I hope for a fruitful discussion.
Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure and privilege to open the second panel. As already presented, we are to dedicate it to security, migration, and foreign interference, foreign malign interference in the Western Balkans. We have excellent panel of speakers, experts, and roughly 1.5 an hour to our deliberations. I will introduce each of them one by one. Ladies and gentlemen, during previous legislature of the European Parliament, the ECR group within the Parliament, conservatives and reformist groups, advocated the enlargement of the EU with the countries of Western Balkans. After introductory speeches by former president of the Commission, announcing eventual period of pause in pursuing the accession, we were almost sure about possibility for a certain fatigue among nations of Western Balkans. And certainly in the course of events, we noted this kind of phenomenon. Luckily, almost immediately, commissioners responsible for enlargement, at that time it was Johannes Hahn, and later in this legislature, Commissioner Oliver Verheyni, have been extremely dedicated to eradicate this first very bad impression, and actually with step-by-step NATO accession and overcoming difficulties in accession negotiations posed by some of important players within the EU, namely by France, led by President Macron. We were able to altogether to change a little bit this mood. Yet Western Balkans are area of many tensions, many problems, despite successive accession of 3 of Western Balkan countries to NATO, Albania, Montenegro and Northern Macedonia. We still see many problems in terms of security. After withdrawal of Western troops from Afghanistan, there are additional pressures or migration pressures in the region. On this, I would like to speak with to discuss with really outstanding experts. Let me present first of them. Mr. Paweł Śliwiński is team leader focusing on Western Balkans and Turkey in the International Cooperation Unit of the Frontex agency. There are several Poles in this panel, including myself, so it is my real pleasure to introduce first and outstanding Polish expert on those issues. Sir, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Do we hear each other all right?
Yes, yes, I hear you very
Thank
well.
you. Very well. Dear Mr. Angel Jambaski, dear Ms. Anna Fotyga, dear Chair, honorable members of the European Parliament, and dear representatives of the New Direction Foundation, thank you very much for inviting Frontex to this Western Balkans Summit yet another time, and thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this panel on security and migration, where I will have the honor to present you the perspective of Frontex, the European Border and Coast Guard Agency, in operational cooperation with the Western Balkan partners. So we have heard today political perspective, especially on the political environment in which the operational cooperation is taking place. And I think it would be equally important to this panel and to this event today to see the perspective of an operational agency, let's say an operational arm of the European Union in both within the Schengen area, but what is most important for our discussion today, in the Western Balkans. I would like to start with saying that for Frontex, the Western Balkan region is a priority number one in our external engagement. This top position on the priority list is explained by several factors. The Western Balkan region, the Western Balkan partners, are countries of transit for irregular migration. According to our latest findings, as much as 40% of irregular migration that reached the European Union this year have come through the Western Balkan region. This shows it is not only a very important region of transit for illegal migration, but it's also our closest ally and our closest geographically closest partner. We are using all instruments that we have for our external engagement, for our international cooperation. All instruments that we have, we use with the Western Balkan partners. And not only we use all of them, we also use them in literally all areas of Frontex mandate. As you may know, Frontex is an agency responsible for coordination of operational cooperation at the external borders of the European Union. That was, by the way, the old name of Frontex when it was established in 2005. But since 2016, we have changed a lot. The European Border and Coast Guard European Border and Coast Guard regulation provided Frontex with much bigger responsibilities and with a much bigger mandate. Then we had a recast of this mandate in 2019. What does it mean for the Western Balkans? We are able to implement so-called operations with executive powers, fully fledged joint operational activities that Frontex does with member states of the European Union and also with the Schengen associated countries, because we have to remember members of Frontex are not only European Union member states, but also Norway, Liechtenstein, Iceland, Switzerland, so the 4 Schengen associated countries. My point is, the operations that we can do in these countries now we can also do in the Western Balkans on the basis of the so-called status agreements between the European Union and 5 Western Balkan countries with which the process is open. In 2019, the European Union has concluded a status agreement with Albania, based on which Frontex has been implementing its first ever joint operation, fully fledged joint operations with executive powers outside the European Union. We started it in May 2019 with the presence of the Prime Minister of Albania, with the presence of Commissioner Avramopoulos at that time. Then in 2020, Montenegro concluded its status agreement with the European Union and allowed Frontex to come with a deployment of first a land border operation in Montenegro at its land border with Croatia, and then with a maritime border operation at the Adriatic Sea, where currently we also have a maritime component in Albania. So land operations in Albania and Montenegro, maritime operations in Albania and Montenegro, and since June 2020, also a land operation in Serbia, launched by Commissioner Johansson in Dimitrovgrad at the land border between Serbia and Bulgaria. These operations with executive powers are the furthest possible level of engagement between a European agency, and Frontex is one of them, and Western Balkan partners. For now, we don't talk about other non-EU countries, only Western Balkan partners, because all most important instruments that Frontex has in its powers for international cooperation are first being used in the Western Balkans. This is because our Western Balkan allies are very proactive and always are willing to test our solutions, always are willing to be piloting operational activities. I mentioned we have been using all these instruments that we have. These, apart from the status agreements with the European Union, that legally speaking is a EU's legal instrument only for Frontex to use. Frontex is also having so-called working arrangements on operational cooperation, which we sign with ministries of interior of non-EU countries. In this case, with all Western Balkan 6. We have a liaison officer, actually 2 liaison officers, one in Belgrade, one in Tirana. But very importantly, we have a Frontex Western Balkans Risk Analysis Network. Since 2011, we are working together with our Western Balkan friends on joint risk analysis. Why is it important? Because doing risk analysis together, based on joint indicators, allows us to have the full situational picture and therefore allows us to decide where, on which border sections, the joint operations should take place. And here I come to quite a sensitive topic when it comes to geographical limitations of Frontex operations with executive powers. As I mentioned, they are based on status agreements between European Union and the Western Balkan partners. Unfortunately, the status agreements between the European Union and Bosnia and Herzegovina and between European Union and North Macedonia have not been concluded yet, which means the European Border and Coast Guard Standing Corps is not yet eligible to be deployed to the borders of these countries, despite willingness of these countries to work with Frontex, including in operational terms. Another very important limitation of geographical scope is that the current status agreements that are being negotiated between the European Union and the Western Balkan countries are based on our Frontex mandate of 2016. which means we can only come with our operations to the borders with European Union member states. We are looking forward to the possibility of coming also to the so-called intra-Balkan borders, and I will give you one example to show what it means for us and for the countries in the Western Balkans. Albania and Montenegro both have a status agreement in place with the European Union. However, it's not possible for Frontex to deploy our operations at the border between Albania and Montenegro. Why? Because we can only deploy at the borders with European Union member states. Now, the new mandate of Frontex, new of 2019, so not that new anymore, allows us to come with our deployments also to the intra-Balkan borders, and for that matter, to any borders outside the European Union. But a new status agreement must be implemented. New status agreement must be concluded for that purpose with the European Union. And here I would like to mention three events that happened in the last days and weeks, where this was brought as a very important topic. To start with, the event that took place the day before yesterday and yesterday in Brdo pri Kranju in Slovenia, the EU Western Balkans Ministerial Forum on Justice and Home Affairs, where Commissioner Johansson, the Minister of Interior of Slovenia, who currently presides the Council of the European Union, Mr. Aleš Hojs, and a number of other ministers, including Minister of Security of Bosnia, Mr. Selmo Cikotic, all mentioned that it's very important to conclude the remaining status agreements. That means with Bosnia and with North Macedonia. But they also mentioned it is important to bring the current generation of status agreements up to the level of, to the provisions of the new mandate. In simple words, we have to allow Frontex to deploy to borders between two Western Balkan partners. This is the first event, that the most recent, where this was mentioned. By the way, during this event, Minister Cikotic from Bosnia and Herzegovina also mentioned that operational cooperation between the EU, including Frontex, and also other EU agencies like Europol, so between EU and Western Balkan partners, this operational cooperation is a two-way street. And this today was also mentioned in the first panel by Ms. Tanja Miščević, who said this credibility is needed from both sides. And not only credibility is a two-way street, but also this operational cooperation is a two-way street. What I mean by that is that European Union and Frontex do not only offer their support and their activities to the Western Balkan partners, but they also have to meet on the other side the readiness of the Western Balkan partners to host these activities. The most important of which, in our case, are the joint operations with executive powers. I never explained what executive powers are. I will give you an example. Before 2016, so before Frontex became European Border and Coast Guard Agency, we were a mere coordination agency, simply asking member states where we could put our assets, our ships, our airplanes, our people, and we were deploying them to borders where the help was needed. Since 2016, Frontex can do much more, including these fully fledged operations. And until we became this fully fledged security actor, we could only work as observers in the Western Balkans. We had softer operations without executive powers, where our people would work shoulder to shoulder with our friends from the Western Balkans, but Frontex would not be taking decisions. And this decision making is exactly the definition of executive powers. What we can do now, we do not only work shoulder to shoulder with Serbian, Montenegrin, Albanian border police officers, but we can also take decisions. We can also have ammunition. So this is where operations with executive powers are different to those without. I focused a lot on this operational cooperation, but I also signaled to you other elements that we have at our disposal when working together with Western Balkans. Risk Analysis Network since 2011, I said. We also have a network of partnership academies for training, and we also do together capacity building activities. These capacity building activities are funded by the European Commission. This morning we have heard from Commissioner Varhelyi many important words. I noted two things from Mr. Varhelyi's intervention. He said our engagement in the Western Balkans is political but also practical. And this I liked very much, because this is exactly what Frontex brings to the table, the practical side of it. So very much in the field, very much boots on the ground. This is simply what we do. This is what we are responsible for. Commissioner Varhelyi in the morning, he also said we should apply the same growth strategy for Western Balkans as we do for EU member states. And this is also what I said before. We try to treat the Western Balkan region as an extrapolation of our Schengen area. Of course, based on the legal grounds, whatever is possible, but in whatever dimension we can bring our Western Balkan friends closer to the European Union, closer to the European Border and Coast Guard community, we do it. And here I mentioned to you 3 events. For now I listed only one. The second event was a recent migration conference, ministerial conference in Sarajevo, where it was also underlined that the status agreements with Bosnia and with North Macedonia need to be concluded as a matter of priority. And the third event is an example how Frontex brings Western Balkan partners closer to the European Union. The governing body of Frontex is a management board that meets several times a year, and once every 2 years we are inviting heads of border police of Western Balkan partners, all 6, to sit together with our management board at a joint session. And 2 weeks ago we have organized the second such meeting. The first one was in 2019. This high-level meeting between Frontex Management Board and the Western Balkan partners was co-presided by the Slovenian presidency, and was concluded with issuing a joint statement where once again we underlined our commitment to developing European IBM, European Integrated Border Management standards in the Western Balkans. But we also said very clearly the status agreements with Bosnia and with North Macedonia, we encourage all the sides involved to conclude them as soon as possible. And we encourage the European Commission to open the negotiations for the so-called second generation of status agreements, allowing Frontex to come with deployments to intra-Balkan borders based on the so-called model status agreement that will be finalized soon. We hear from our Commission colleagues. I think I will come closely to an end of this initial line. I will be available to comment later for any detailed discussions, any detailed areas of Frontex involvement in the Western Balkans. We are also active in a number of other areas. We develop national coordination centers for information exchange. We do joint action days under Impact, fighting cross-border crime. We, last but not least, are involved in return, which means returning those who do not have the right to remain in the European Union. And here, with the Western Balkans, we cooperate as much as our mandate allows for the Western Balkan partners to be able to return irregular migrants back to their countries of origin. Last but not least, we work on the biometric registration of migrants, and this I will also be happy to provide you with more information as much as it is needed during this panel. For now, I thank you very much. Once again, it is a great pleasure and honor to be today with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for this very comprehensive and instructive initial presentation to the topic. We'll return in second round, possibly questions to your presentation. Now, without much ado, I would like to present our second speaker, also a Pole, and that is obviously my privilege and my pleasure. Mr. Tomasz Grzywaczewski is a journalist, writer, analyst, specializing in broader region, Central and Eastern Europe. Actually, I can tell myself about him being a transatlanticist as well. So I met him and his expertise in many areas of engagement of the European Parliament in the remit of foreign and security affairs. So, sir, floor is yours. Up to 10 minutes, please.
Dear Ms. Fotyga, dear Mr. Jambaski, New Direction Foundation, thank you so much for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here with honorable speakers and to share a few remarks concerning migration in Central Eastern Europe. I'd like to focus mainly on the situation on the Polish-Belarusian border, where there is ongoing migration crisis, because from my perspective, this is not only the problem, the challenge for Poland, but this is the challenge for the entire European Union, and we can observe some patterns of political actions that are going to be more and more important in the politics of European Union in the next years. First of all, I would like to strongly emphasize that what is going right now in the Polish-Belarusian border is a form of a hybrid warfare waged by Russia and Belarus against Poland, the European Union, and the NATO. And this is the obvious example of weaponization of migrants, of using migrants as a weapon against Western community. I can say that this is also a precedence because in 2015, in 2016, during the migration crisis, of course, we could notice that the migrants' flow were somehow facilitated or fostered by Turkey at that time. But of course, that crisis was like an organic one. So the people who are reaching Western Balkans and European Union were, first of all, most of them were refugees from Syria, but of course it was like a natural process, natural flow. Right now the situation is totally different. The people who are right now stuck in the Polish-Belarusian border on the side of Belarus were brought there by regimes in Moscow and in Kremlin by planes. Of course, as we all know, there is no any overland route to Belarus. So this is like a special operation, and I would like also to put the special remark on the to notice that this is a joint operation of Belarus and Russia. Belarus itself doesn't have enough assets to prepare such a broad and complicated operation of bringing people from Middle East, not only Middle East, and Middle East is a main region of origin for the migrants, but it's not a solely one. There are also people from Northern Africa, from Sub-Saharan Africa, from different places. But to prepare such a complex operation, definitely Belarus has to be supported by Russia. And we can see that regimes notice the huge potential of using human beings as a weapon against Western countries. We can notice that the first attempts to destabilize the border took place in May, June, July on Lithuanian border, and further this flow of migrants were moved to the Polish border, and the actions of the regime were much harder during last months. Right now there are thousands of people. Of course, they are trapped, and this operation was aimed to take these people into this trap, to put them into the situation where there is no way back, even though there are some flights back to the Middle East, but a lot of people still is stuck there. They are kept on the border by Belarusian border services and also special border units called OSAM. This is a Spetsnaz of Belarusian border guards, and unfortunately, I presume that Moscow realized that these tactics can be very effective. Of course, it is not only a matter of putting a physical pressure on the border, but it's also a matter of waging an informational war against Poland in that case, trying to show Poland as a country which is responsible for this crisis. In fact, it's of course not like this. The Polish state is under this hybrid attack, and the sole responsibility for the absolutely tragic fate of these people is on Russia and Minsk. But I'm also afraid that this crisis is going to be a huge lesson for other politicians, also for other regimes, to use migrants as a weapon against European Union, because it occurs to be effective. In fact, we had quite similar situations a few months ago in Morocco, precisely speaking in the enclave of Ceuta, when Morocco decided to let and they encouraged migrants to try to cross the border of Ceuta in retaliation for Spain aid for the leader of Polisario movement. Polisario movement is the movement struggling for independence of Western Sahara. So this year we can actually observe such a case. Of course, the action of Morocco was much smaller, and it was not a special operation. It was only encouraging migrants or letting migrants to cross the border. The Belarusian border situation is very different, but I think that we need to confront with the geopolitical reality in which migrants are used as a weapon, as I mentioned a few times before, and we need to be prepared for other artificially provoked crises on a different fields, also physical, as I mentioned, informational war. So this is going, I think, to be another field of hybrid wars of future, and we need to work on a collective response to this threat. This crisis is the first such a serious one, but I am deeply afraid that it's definitely not the last one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Krzywaczewski. Thank you for presenting the case of Poland, Lithuania, and Latvia, because all three countries are subject to this kind of pressure. It started, as you mentioned, much earlier, several months earlier in Lithuania. At that time, we already tried to speak up for Lithuanians at the level of European Parliament, indicating possibilities of hybrid operation in what was perceived as genuine migration crisis at that time. Thank you very much indeed. We'll return to your presentation later in the second round. And now allow me to present our next speaker. Dr. Juliana Armasz is the research fellow at the Institute for Foreign Affairs and Trade of Hungary, and specializing in the region naturally as well. So, Madame, floor is yours.
Thank you. I hope that everyone can just hear me, and I'm really sorry for not able to be there in Sofia. But thank you for the new direction, for having me, and for you, Madam Chair, giving me the floor. So in this panel from Hungary, I would like to focus on the Hungarian point of view of the external threats, focusing on the great powers, of course, and such threats as migration, but expressing the Hungarian interests in this case. So, as we can see, of course, that despite the fact that the region, the Western Balkan region, has an European Union perspective, and some of the countries are members of the NATO, worth mentioning is the fact the competition from major powers are remaining significant, as we can see. These activities of these external great powers are not new. But the increase of the intensity of their presence can have a really negative impact, not only on the EU's credibility, but also, for example, the economic environment. And maintaining our perspective that the solution for this can be that maintaining a credible European Union perspective for these countries in the Western Balkans. And that's why the Hungarian foreign policy priority enjoys a national consensus, enjoying a national consensus that supporting the European integration of these countries is a Hungarian foreign policy priority, as we can say that Hungary is bordering the region for more than 500 kilometers. So being a direct neighboring country, we can just express one more time that how important it is to us to have European Union member states on our borders. I would like to talk about two directions of these national interests, national foreign policy interests of Hungary. The first direction would be security, and the second direction would be economy. So, as I mentioned, guaranteeing the stability is a matter of national security, but also, in this case, a well-conceived economic interest of Hungary. And as we can see that third countries in the Western Balkans gaining influence, it can be a real danger. That's why maintaining the credibility of the European Union is important, and the European Union cannot lose its influence in the region, because then there's going to be a power vacuum for Russia, China, and Turkey, and the Western Balkans could easily become a geopolitical buffer zone. And as we can see now that the great powers' own global power games are just depicted in the region between Russia and the USA and China and Turkey. And for the time being, these interests just do not overlap themselves, but we cannot say when it will be the fact and the future that these interests just overlap each other. So that's why maintaining a credible EU perspective will be the solution for not creating a power vacuum in the Western Balkans. And for another aspect of the security can be migration crisis, which been mentioned earlier. So I won't elaborate on that much, but as the migration crisis, for example, in 2015 shown the interdependence of the European Union and Hungary and the Western Balkan countries. So, and it's still a big challenge for us and for the Western Balkans. So, of course, we cannot lose the focus on that challenge neither. And the solution, of course, can be that a close and institutional cooperation, which is extremely important and has been also elaborated earlier. So I won't go into details, but from the Hungarian point of view, I can say that if the Western Balkans just not stable enough, then the Western Balkan countries cannot combat migrational waves. So that's why maintaining stability will be an importance. And I can give you some example how Hungary is trying to provide stability for the region through missions, for example, like K4 or EU4 Althea mission, or the EULEX Kosovo, or participating in the EULEX Kosovo project. So Hungary has been engaged for many years in the United Nations and the European Union's missions, and also till this very day we are still there with a great presence, which was a additional success and an even more significant occasion that the NATO mission chief is Major General Ferenc Kajari since this autumn, and the head of the KFOR is thereby Hungary. So along these missions, Hungary is there providing a stable environment for the Western Balkans. And as I mentioned, another direction of these national foreign policy priority is the economy. And of course, because the Western Balkans region, due to its geographic proximity, is a region that the Hungarian Hungary would like to focus its investments there, and and we would like to take advantage of the region's untapped potential and export and investment opportunities. And there, just maintaining a picture that beside the great powers there, especially nowadays China with great loans and investments, the European Union and the European Union in Hungary has a great interest in the region as a close country and as a closer group of countries. So, and the proximity of the region can be a mutual benefit for the Western Balkan countries and the EU and Hungary as well. I would like to give you an example for that. As the COVID pandemic just shown the vulnerability of the supply chains, this has been demonstrated by the pandemic. So, and a solution for that, the Western Balkans could be an ideal region for the investments, like bringing the production closer and thus increasing the resilience of the supply chains, for example. And this idea, this nearshoring idea, can be just a way that showing the European Union's and Hungary's interest in the region via economic initiatives. Of course, now it's worth mentioning, of course, that to this, for example, infrastructure is in particular to be needed to be improved, and that's another perspective of economic interests, that how as from the Hungarian point of view, that as a neighboring country, the region's infrastructure must be improved, and we need to strengthen connectivity. And strengthening connectivity and filling the missing gaps within the region and between the EU and the Western Balkans. It has many aims. For example, it can help regional cooperation, or just decrease the external powers role, for example, in infrastructural projects, like China's role. Because China financing loans is really popular in the Western Balkans, as it's really understandable that it's easier to obtain these financial loans. There is no requirement of proper documentation or feasibility studies, for example. Which despite that, the EU's strong conditionality, sorry for that, is a great challenge for the Western Balkans, and many Western Balkan countries applies a pragmatic approach to that. That of course they need the infrastructure. That's a requirement from the EU, but they cannot gain the proper financial assets from the European Union. That's why they turn to other powers, external powers, who at the same time would like to gain more and more influence over the region. So, not speaking much further, I would like to just summarize that from the Hungarian point of view, Hungary supports every initiative that is going to speed up the process of the European integration and will strengthen a closer integration within the region and to the region. And we are open to use for this many various platforms, including the Visegrad cooperation for this purpose as well. And as we can see once again, that combating the external powers and other new type security challenges like migration, the European Union, speeding up the European integration of these countries is going to, it can be a solution, and which is also a foreign policy priority for Hungary. So thank you for having me, and now I will stop, and I'm waiting for a fruitful further conversation. So thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam. Thank you for this comprehensive presentation. And now time has come to present a representative of our hosts, Bulgarian geopolitical expert, Mr. Martin Sokolov, an expert at the Institute for National Security and Defense Research, and I hope we return to discussions on overall security of the region. But of course, you are free to present your views. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me well. I'll try to keep my intervention as sweet and brief as possible. I mean, sweet considering the topic and the objective threats that we are currently facing. Now, the first thing to keep in mind is, number one, the Balkans is one of the most heterogenic regions in the world. Number two, objective geography makes it a crossroads of different interests in a competing arena. Now, I'm going to go first through Russia, China, and Iran in order to identify the main threats and interests. With Russia, it has to be stated that it has had always, whether in the form of Russia or in the form of the Soviet Union as the leading component there, vested interests in the Balkans. However, the main focus is the Black Sea. In the Balkans specifically, Russia is exploiting every possible opportunity to preserve its own interests, be that in the energy sector, be that by emphasizing common Slavic roots, be that via media outlets. The idea of Russia in the grand total is, number one, stop any form of further NATO enlargement to the east. Number two, in existing member states, particularly in the Western Balkans, where countries are NATO members but are not yet EU members, what Moscow is striving for is to block or challenge any form of further cohesion between the two international organizations. Moving on to China, objectively, its loans are available money, and it is being found very appealing to different governments. And loans, objectively, are not bad taken explicitly on their own. However, what becomes a problem is when we take into account the ground total, how China capitalizes on loans that countries are unable to pay back. Back in 2011, we had a situation with Tajikistan where, because it couldn't service a debt, what happens? They settled Tajikistan and China a dispute for over 1,000 square kilometers of disputed land. In the experience of Sri Lanka, when it was unable to service its loan of 1.1 billion approximately, well, China got a good concession on a port in the country. It's a similar experience in Pakistan, where to build the highway reaching from Gwadar to the Xinjiang province, what happened was, number one, a concession on the port, and number two, the prospect of building a Chinese military naval base there. So I'm not suggesting explicitly that this is going to be the case in the Balkans, but what we're seeing is a predatory behavior of the anti-status quo power. It is in China's policies to overthrow and limit the influence of its great power rivals, i.e., the US, to a certain extent Russia, which means that it will be challenging in every possible dot in the world where it can gain further ground. When talking about Iran, so moving quite a bit to different parts of the world in this presentation, but hopefully it will stimulate the discussion. In Iran, we have to keep in mind that this is an extremely proactive regional power in the Middle East. This translates to an objective threat, specifically for the Balkans, via the instability that Iranian influence and actions, consider Syria, consider Iraq, consider other hot points such as Yemen, such as Lebanon. If instability is increased, what can happen is we have a new migration flow, very much increased, to Europe, possibly to the Western Balkans. So that is the destabilizing factor of Iran that it can have on the Western Balkans. Additionally, here we have to point out, again, focusing on the Middle East, that ISIS, when it was at its peak, one of the highest number per capita of foreign fighters that went to join the terrorist organizations were in fact from the Balkans. And this was kind of a surprising issue. What happened was that we've been seeing in the past couple years, decade and something, that uncommon radical forms of Islam have started arriving in the region. Now, this has led to increased radicalization, and this is an area in which there is an absolute most necessity to increase cooperation with the EU. Because we need de-radicalization programs as well. Consider that we have now many repatriees that have returned to many countries, both from Europe and from the region, and if there are no proper de-radicalization programs, well, we're looking at an objective-taking time bomb that can have seismic consequences. Now, one final point is, what can the Balkan countries do in order to keep a focus in the region, is because we have an objective shift of great power politics since the last couple of years of the Obama administration, the Trump administration, and now certain elements of it under the Biden administration. This is important to note because U.S. foreign policy is reverting back to great power politics, and because its main strategic competitor on a global scale is in fact China. Now, we had just recently the official information that AUKUS was formed, the deal between the US, Australia, and the UK. What concerns us is that the focus from Europe possibly is shifting to a certain extent on East Asia. Now, does this mean that the Black Sea or the Balkans will diminish in importance in the region? Hopefully not, probably not. Engagements will certainly be followed, but it's up to the countries to keep the focus of its major allies and partners on the region, because from such threats as terrorism, radicalization, migration flow, Russian and Chinese not necessarily productive interests and influence, there is no single country that has the capacity to meet or mitigate such interests and influence on its own. So, collective work to keep the attention of the interested parties, including the EU, because if the EU does not keep a persistent interest in the countries here in the region and does not provide a useful time frame, something in the middle term, at the very least, of how accession is going to work from this point on, this will limit the EU to an objectively ad hoc reactive capacity in terms of power. And the good thing about being a power is being able to set the agenda. I will stop here, and please, if you have any questions, I look forward to them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Compliment for hosts. Actually, I can only echo as specializing in security and foreign affairs. I can only echo your presentation. Very brief and timely and necessary. Thank you very much indeed. Now we have an expert from Kosovo, Mr. Drijan Shala, who is the national security expert of this country, working in the Center for the Rapprochement of Inter-Ethnic Relations of Kosovo. Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Thank you very much of the invitation that I had the possibilities to speak, to be part of the Western Balkans Summit. My main focus will be the Russian influence in Serbia and their impact to the agreement between Kosovo and Serbia. As everybody knows, Serbia is a hostage of the Russians in Balkan, and they can, in the future, can be used, the Serbs, to start a new war with the neighbors to increase the international crisis. As the geopolitical expert mentioned it, the international geostrategy and geopolitical situation of the world is that the White House is preoccupied with China's growing military power and the threat against the US alliance in the Asian region. So that means that gives the opportunity to Kremlin, they can overthrow the region to Balkan states for their interest to influence inside the political system that we had in the past two activities. It was 2016 in Montenegro and 2017 in Northern Macedonia. As maybe you know from the media, we had a border dispute over license plate recognition between Kosovo and Serbia. That seems like a testament to a more serious confrontation in the report between Kosovo and Serbia that it's going on for a final agreement. As you know from this border dispute, the Russian officials encouraging the government of President Alexander Vučić to transform the Serbian into a dominant military power in the Western Balkans. According to the main goal and the main focus of the Russian and Serbian government is that all Serbs have the right to be united in one state. This declaration claims Belgrade to protect all Serbians inside Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro, Kosovo, Northern Macedonia, and Croatia. Let me focus inside the agreement between Kosovo and Serbians. As maybe you know, the parallel structure after the declaration of the independence in 2008 from Kosovo, the Serbian each year they invest around 90.8 million euro for the parallel structure. And if you see there for a couple of next years, 2022, 2023, it will be for each year more than 150 millions that the government of Serbia will investment in the parallel structure that operation in Kosovo. Let's say a small scenario because as you see, the agreement between Kosovo and Serbia is very far away to be at. So during this time that we are dealing with Serbia to make a final agreement for the accepting independence of Kosovo from Serbia, Serbians have the possibility to make some scenarios. One of them can be that the Serbian intelligence services will provoke an inter-ethnic confrontation within Kosovo. They will try to benefit, to capitalize this kind of violence, to provoke next step is to showing the military power of force on the ground. So it means they are planning to enter Kosovo if some violence between Kosovo and Serbia will be very high in the level of inter-ethnic community that live in Kosovo. That means that Moscow would test by this determination to risk a NATO-Russian war, because as you know, we have an international community here, it's KFOR, but the number of the soldiers inside the KFOR structure now is very low, and compared to the Serbian activity and military power, they are very low. And so Russia is provocating to see the way how the White House will be reacting, because as you know, Kosovo government is pro-American, so all our external affairs is focusing what the White House and the Department of State are moving for us to say and how we would like to proceed future. As you can see from this small speech, Putin is manipulating Vučić for serving him the geopolitical goals of Russia, because only the key person, the key guy for him to provocate, to destabilize the region of the Western Balkan, it's Alexander Vučić. And this kind, Putin is showing to Vučić that if you are doing my goals, if you are fulfilling my goals for the Russian external affairs interest and geopolitical, so Putin gives him, let's say, a favor that he's blocking Kosovo to be part of the United Nations. As maybe you know, Serbia is also being threatened as a Russian military base, because during the past years, the warriors of weapons that Serbian have received from Russia. It's fighting jets, helicopters, anti-aircraft system, and so on. So that shows that Serbian is focusing more or less to the Russians, not to integration inside the NATO. So that means that the second step was opening or building a humanitarian center in Niš near the border with Kosovo as the facilities for intelligence gathering and special operation for Moscow, because during the border dispute that we had with Serbia, many of Russians intelligence service members covering as generals, they trying to enter Kosovo and to provocate or to inform the society with fake information, because the fake news that it's growing up in the Kosovo and the Western Balkans is very high. So it's an asymmetric war of Putin's government. The Putin's goals to achieve what he liked, that to stop the integration of the Western Balkan states. As you know, Serbia is part of a collective security threat organization. It's a counterpart of NATO. Let's show that the Serbian, at the end, they are not interested to be part of the NATO. Let's show that the threat through the countries who are near to Serbia, they are very high. So the international community needs to support and to fulfill and to make it faster the road to the EU integration, to the NATO integration that they have achieved with the Northern Macedonia, with Albania, with Montenegro. So the other countries that need to be part of NATO to keep secure all Western Balkans is Kosovo. As you maybe know, that espionage from the Russians inside the Serbians are determining the process, the political process of Alexander Vučić, because most of the espionage, or let's say most of the investment from the Russian inside the Serbian, is to keep Mr. Vučić in line, let the Russian do it through the Serbian Orthodox churches. So what is the recommendation that so the international community will accepted, that is the EU integration to achieve a final agreement between Kosovo and the Serbians, so the Western Balkans will be safe and free, and so all of them will be part of the EU, and so the Russian impact and the Russian influence, they can be stopped in this way. Thank you very much.
Presentation. Now, last but absolutely not least, we have Mr. Konrad Pawlowski, who is also an expert director of the Balkan department at the Institute for Central Europe in Poland, in Lublin. That's southeastern part of Poland, beautiful city there. Sir, floor is yours.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. So thank you for having me. It's an honor. And let me say that from a historical point of view, when I think about the Jean Monnet Declaration, and 5 years after the Second World War, and when I think about the Balkans in comparison, I think that there are some interesting thoughts about where are the Balkans almost like 30 years after the dissolution of Yugoslavia. And so there are definitely many internal problems, many problems with internal problems, the problems between Balkan states. So it's definitely a part of the story. But the second one, which is very important, is the policy of European Union towards the Balkans. And when I think about the Thessaloniki Declaration, for example, and how many Balkan states became the members, that's the Croatia, and what about the rest of them? And the perspective is still clearly unclear, I would say, because there is no clear data. There are some expectations, of course. So it simply takes too much time. It's too long, and the unclear perspective for membership is not helping EU to keep its presence, its soft power in the region, because people in the Balkans are still they are still pro-European, I would say, and I really believe that the most of them are really for the European integration, but they have been asking the question about what is, maybe there is a plan B if EU is not for us for now, and maybe the perspective of the membership is clearly somewhere in the future once again. So maybe there is a plan B, and the plan B comes with the investments, not only investments from Russian Federation, from China, from the Gulf states, and that's the challenge for the European Union. I think that this situation, the status quo, is not helping EU to finish the process of integration, the integration of the continent, the integration of Europe, which would be the great historical achievement after the Cold War. I think I see the present situation still as a post-Cold War story, and I believe that we are playing with the future of not only Balkan states, but also the future of Europe, because my colleague mentioned here the interference, and when we think about the way how those non-European states trying to be present in the region, the economic interference, but also the political influence, not a clear not a clear political relations between the politicians from the Balkans and from other states, let me say like this. It is the best recipe to block the process of European integration of the Balkan states, and it's also, even if the Balkan states became the members of the EU in the future, then do we really want those states to be that much, let me say, influenced by the China or Russia? I would say no. There is a term, Trojan horse, to define that possible scenario. I think this is not in the interest of European Union. I think we should really think about that the global shift of power is taking place for good or for bad, and I think in the region it's clearly visible. And I mentioned the plan B, and the plan B is modernization without westernization. And this scenario is clearly visible in case of Chinese investments, let's say in Serbia, for example. And so that's kind of attractive perspective for, let's say, for some political elites in the region. So I don't want to go in that direction, but I think we are too much bureaucratic, maybe sclerotic when you think about the integration process. The Balkan states are different. I started from that. They're probably different, like every part of Europe is different in that way or another. So it is not one unification process, in my opinion. We should just make the honest evaluation of the situation and the possible perspectives, the scenarios, and I think they are not only bad for the Balkans and the Balkan states and the citizens, but also for the European Union, for us, let me say, like this. And maybe last thing, we're talking about Serbia, and I think it's a very clear example of that unclear interference from Russian Federation. When you think about Serbia, we see that the cultural links, also the traumatic past, the recent history of that country is very, it's tragic, and so this anti-Western or anti-European even stances are there. There are some, arguments that this process, in case of Serbia, I mean, I'm talking about the EU and the cooperation with Western states, that this process has some limitations, I would say, but and this is those anti-Western, anti-American positions are clearly explored by Russian media or media influenced by Russia. I'm talking about the idea of fake news, which is the idea to create the reality which is not the true one, but the idea that the Russia is a great power which helps Serbia in every aspect of its existence, from political to the economic one, and the cultural cooperation, which is still the instrument of Russian soft power. So we see that it's not easy to separate those elements of normal cooperation between states, like between Serbia and Russia, and from the elements which clearly works for Russia better than for Serbia. And let me maybe finish with the example. The last agreement which about the price of the oil from Russia 2 weeks ago, President Alexander Vucic has met with President Putin in Sochi, and they agreed about the price. And the price is it's a good price, I must say, but it comes with the influences. It comes with 10 other agreements which relate to cooperation in the economic field, infrastructure, and the health sector. So, of course, the weaponry. I mean, the Serbia is buying next time Serbia is buying the weaponry from Russia. So this is also military cooperation, and it's very difficult for the countries like Serbia to stop or to try to block this kind of dictate maybe from the great powers like Russia, because we are not helping with the EU unclear perspective. We are not helping to keep this pro-European drive in Serbia, which was clearly visible like 10 years ago, and today, yes, but it's different. I suppose that people in the Balkans do not believe us that the perspective is a real one, and that's the big problem with EU soft power brand in the region, and the other international actors seems to be winning on that part, unfortunately. I'll stop here and maybe we come back to these issues later. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Madam and gentlemen, I would like to ask questions to open second round. As our time is extremely limited, please focus on rather brief answers. So my kind message to you. My first question is to Mr. Paweł Śliwiński. How would you describe main barriers prolonging the time of negotiations of new status agreements with the Balkan countries and eventually elevating existing ones to the upper level of the agreement? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The status agreements are negotiated between the European Union and the Western Balkan countries, their governments. So it's an intergovernmental process. The role of Frontex, an operational agency, is just to implement them. I'm afraid whatever I will say to comment on the process of the negotiations might be seen as pressure put on either of the sides. I can only safely enough, I can say that the obstacles to the conclusion of both missing status agreements, that means with Bosnia and Herzegovina and with North Macedonia, are very political. Frontex as an operational agency does not really do politics, and we would not, of course we are monitoring the process. We think we know everything about it, but I would not like to be cited on this. I understand and I realize that in my intervention I focused more on security and migration aspects, less than foreign interference. Exactly for the same reason, foreign interference is just not for an operational agency to comment upon. I'm sorry, I can only be as helpful as our mandate allows us.
That's quite helpful. Thank you very much indeed. Actually, it was very important answer from our point of view as well. So thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much.
Tomasz. Thank you, Mr. Tomasz Grzywaczewski, one of the highest commanders, previous highest commanders of NATO in Europe, American General Breedlove, stated in his testimony before Congress some years ago that Putin, with the help of Syria's Assad, launched the operation to destabilize Europe by migration flow. Now it appears that same person, same international actor, Putin, with the help of his puppet Lukashenko, tries with the use, and here is obviously different type of special operation at the southern part of a neighborhood. It was rather using a variety of existing flows, yet now I think it is much more precise special operation. But do you agree with me that we see the clear-cut picture of long-standing efforts to destabilize European Union with a variety of hybrid tools? Thank you.
Dear Madam Chair, thank you very much for this question and these remarks. I can't agree more with this statement. Yes, this migration crisis is a part of a broader operation, or I even can say broader political agenda, which aim is to destabilize European Union and particularly Central Europe in order to create a new European world order, to divide Eastern Europe in the sphere of influences between great powers. Russia, which perceives itself as a great power, and the United States. We can also read it between the lines of what Foreign Minister Lavrov said during his meeting with Secretary of State Antony Blinken on Thursday. But I would like, in a closing remark, focus on one very, in my opinion, maybe the most important dimension of weaponization of migrants. This is information warfare. The very important goal of Moscow during this crisis is trying to blackmail Poland. It's trying to create the image of Poland as a country that is infringing human rights, the country that is cruel, this country that is responsible for tragedy, for suffering of the migrants. By doing so, it's not only a matter of issuing fake news, but the aim is to plant a seed of doubts among our Western partners, to make them thinking, okay, maybe the Poland, in fact, it's not so Western country. Maybe it's not a country that is sharing the common Western values. Maybe it's not a country that is in line with human rights. And if so, when the next crisis emerges, and I'm absolutely sure that it will emerge, maybe it's not a country worth supporting. Why shall we support the country that, in fact, is infringing human rights, the country that sentences people for suffering? So this information warfare is aimed on building a division between Poland and, as I said, Western European partners. And this is extremely dangerous. This is the huge threat with which we need to cope with. And right now I'm giving an example of Poland, but this information warfare can be used against any country that will be put under the pressure of migrants used as a mean of hybrid warfare. So we need to focus right now of countermeasure against this fake news and this informational offensive that is right now undergoing against Poland. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I couldn't agree more with this picture. It is extremely important. Thank you.
Thank you very
Now
much.
to Madame Juliana Armas. Do you think, Madam, that some of European experience can be used also by Western Balkan countries in terms of assessing threat coming out of the investment tools used by actors like Russia and China, possibly others. So our tools like investment screening, or I would even say that length of debate over the CAI, so investment agreement, with China for the EU. I think that even within European Parliament, we had really comprehensive debate, and many things changed since time of pushing of this agreement by important actors, namely former Chancellor of Germany, as among others. So how can we use European EU experience in this and coming to common conclusions in promoting this to Western Balkans?
Well,
over.
Thank you for thank you for the question. Sorry, I was muted. So yes, it's a great idea, and that could be the way, one way to institutional standardization, to promote institutional standardization, to combat these threats like Chinese or Russian or loans from even Turkey or the Middle East. So, but I see the problem here that these requirements or these common reforms or common practices implemented from the EU are just the Western Balkan countries are overwhelmed by these initiatives. So and like. Not having enough public administration, for example. So I would say that the first step would be strengthening the area of, for example, the public administration area, and strengthening those projects implemented to help in these sectors of these countries. And after that, we can implement other good practices like these screening mechanisms, helping to prevent accepting loans from these great powers, which would be threatening to the economies of for Western Balkan countries. So my brief answer to be the question that I would approach this problem from another aspect.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Extremely interesting, and surely we'll elaborate on this sometime later, probably. Now I turn to Mr. Martin Sokolov. I would like to ask a question about post-Afghanistan situation and the influence of actions taken by both NATO and allies in withdrawal from Afghanistan. What problems you see coming out of this, if any?
If any, yes, there are quite a few. But what we can first hear, this was an evidence for me of the changing focus that the US is moving away from the Middle East. One, because of engagement fatigue. Two, because, as I said, that now China is a strategic competitor. The Southeast Asia is far more of strategic importance to Washington, which means that a lot of time and effort will be devoted there. Now in Afghanistan, of course, the humanitarian aspects, of course, with the economic issues and the restored rule of the Taliban is extremely problematic. But I think that the major challenge that now it's going to be for both NATO and EU security is the fact that there are no longer forces on the ground, because this is now, might become an intelligence gap. Now, what I mean is, while there were US and NATO forces there were people analyzing and providing operational intelligence about individuals, terrorist organizations, things that could translate or be transferred directly as a challenge for European transatlantic security in general. With no longer there being active personnel, operatives, analysts, etc., that means that they will have to rely on other sources and also on partner countries doubling down on their work, because this needs to be compensated. But objectively, the lack of stability, the lack of intel input could prove to be a challenge for adequate counter-terrorist measures regarding intel. Also, if there's a spillover effect, which here depends how there will be reactions against the Taliban rule in the near to midterm. If we're looking at a form of destabilization, that could be extremely problematic, because it could also have a potential spillover effect with the Central Asian countries. I hope that answers your question, but if you have a follow-up, I'm more than happy to expand the answer.
Yes, it excellently answers my question, although the topic is really fascinating, and we surely have to continue this probably during next conferences or seminars as well. Thank you very much indeed, sir. Now I turn to Mr. Vrijan Shala. I would like to ask you about Russian interference, further destabilizing countries like Bosnia and Herzegovina. That's a long-standing engagement of, I would say, collective West to improve this situation. There are enormous problems, but there is also obvious interference there. Would you like to reflect on this?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. As maybe you know, the Russians are doing the asymmetric tools, because they have in Bosnia-Herzegovina, the focus was the Bosnia-Herzegovina, they have the Republic Srpska inside Bosnia. So Dodik is playing the Russian roulette. So he's trying to focus, to bring everything on focus that the Republic Srpska, if not be part of the Bosnia-Herzegovina, they are interested to be part with the Serbian. So for this issue, let's say Dodik is the left hand of Mr. Putin's influence in Bosnia, because you very well know that Bosnia is not stabilized country as Macedonia or Montenegro or Kosovo. So Bosnia is more, there are more ethnic problems inside their state. So Russia will try to focus inside the Republic of Srpska, so to make some investment even in the military, even in the economic development, so to bring the Republic Srpska near to Russian and closer to Serbian, and of course to show the power that they have the possibility and the opportunity to destroy all the process of the EU integration, even with Kosovo, because you must know that in each country, even in Montenegro, you have a pro-Serbian government. Even Macedonian, you have a dispute with Macedonian and Bulgarian. Even Kosovo, you have a Serbian list is a local party who are connection with Belgrade. Now you have Bosnia, you have Republic Srpska. So this shows that all this whole area here will be like a kitchen room for Putin to increase his influence inside the Balkan states and to destroy the road to the EU. I hope the answer was right on your questions.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. Now I turn to Mr. Konrad Pawłowski. We are in both NATO and the EU remit. We quite frequently speak about resilience of states. And there is also a term completely opposite to this. I mean, and we focus on different features of this country. The permeability as term or penetrability, and I think that we can speak about this also, showing the influence of external interference of external actors. Can this term, in a very good report by NATO's Center of Excellence on Strategic Communications of 2020, the center based in Riga, this term and variety global total permeability index was presented to all separate Western Balkan countries. Serbia is not the best. Understanding eventual historic roots of this, even some of current experiences. What is your advice? How to improve this Serbia permeability index to combat Russia's malign influence on this country? Because I wouldn't call it soft power.
Thank you, Madam. That's the question. That's the question, and because I think that's the question for Serbian leadership as well, because that situation is clearly that very complicated, and there are different instruments. We mentioned different tools, and there is very hard to discuss the Serbian-Russian relationship without the Serbian Orthodox Church, for example, which is a very important element of the society, and it's also connected with Russian Orthodox Church spiritually and I think also politically. And so there are different instruments. And let me say first that there's nothing wrong that two countries cooperate and people like different culture, and it's normal in my opinion. But the problem is that Russia is using those this positive stance, this positive attitude as the instrument of blocking Western integration of the Balkan countries, including Serbia, of course, with the Western world, which is what I understand from the declaration of Serbian government. EU membership is the most important goal of the foreign policy of Serbia. So I believe that those instruments, there are many other instruments, but also the church is a member of that discussion about the foreign policy. I know that it may be controversial, but I think, for example, the opinion of Serbian church about the Kosovo is very clear. Last September, we saw the events in Montenegro, for example, and the church was also part of that politicized discussion. But so it's very hard. It's very hard, I think, to find a definite answer how to help those. But it's not only Serbia, of course. It's also the Bosnia-Herzegovina, for example, because what I said and my colleagues said that the goal of that using those canals, different channels to communicate from the society, by the NGOs, from the society to the political level, from the social level to the political level, through of course, the cultural one, and from media as well. I believe the goal is to keep the Balkans as a gray zone between the West and the East in a broad sense, to keep it as a sphere of influence for Russia, and to block democratization of Russia probably as well, because the success of the countries like Ukraine or Balkan countries, it would start discussion about the democratic reforms in Russia, and that would be the probably dramatic, process in Russia. I mean, I'm talking about the future, but it would be definitely something interesting from the perspective of democratization processes in other countries. So I would say Russia is using those instruments to keep situation as it is, to keep the status quo, which is not helping anyone except the Kremlin's policy towards the region. Let me be clear on that. And we, as the European Union, I think we should be more engaged. And it's not only about sending money. It's also, I think, to make the perspective very clear. Let's talk about the dates, because today we are losing the credibility, I believe, the attractiveness, and the credibility and attractiveness comes from China and Russia. Of course, this is a very simplified discussion, but they can be more effective when we talk about in terms of economic help or even the help during the COVID pandemic right now. So there are many instruments to build this brand of the China and Russia at the present time in the region. Once again, unfortunately, but like maybe the last example, the factory, the production of Sputnik V vaccine in Belgrade, in Serbia. This is clearly the element of the building some kind of brand or Russian soft power in the region. We know that the effectiveness of Sputnik is disputable, at least, but it's an element of the presence of that country, those countries in the region. And so there is very complicated, because maybe let me be clear that I mentioned church, I mentioned the society, which is also pro-Russian in case of Serbia. So I don't want to be controversial. I would say that this is natural, and this natural positive stance towards Russia is actually used by Russia to block the European path of Serbia. So that's the tragedy of that situation. And let me be very clear, this is not easy to answer that question. And of course, Kosovo is also next problem. Maybe the very last comment from me, but I believe we are losing the attractiveness, maybe the credibility, but not the importance. The importance is there. When we remember the last blockades at the border between Serbia and Kosovo last September, and the presence of NATO forces standing close to the border, close to the border crossing point, and the ULEX officers, the KFOR forces, we see that this presence is clearly extremely important for the stability of the region. Still, after all these years, is very important, and I think that EU and NATO will be there, because the Balkans needs that presence from the European countries. Thank you.
Excuse me, because we had difficulty in connecting.
I think I finished the question. The connection is lost.
There is some problems with connection, but you finished your answer.
Yeah, I finished my answer. So.
But I think we should say goodbye. Thank you. It will be a bit weird if we leave without saying anything. Okay.
Okay, I think we lost the connection with Madam Fotiga at the very end of her, I might say, masterful moderation of this panel. Gentlemen, I thank you for your participation, and I speak on behalf of everyone here in Sofia, the New Direction Foundation, and especially on behalf of our kind host, Mr. Jambaski, for your kind participation in this panel. Your views and comments in this discussion have been indispensable, and we certainly hope to see you again very soon. This meeting is annual, so there is always a potential to further discuss the issues relating us to the Western Balkans. Интересен панел, посветен на сигурността, отбраната и въпросите с
This panel was dedicated to security, defense on both sides, the European Union and the Western Balkans, on behalf of New Direction Foundation and on behalf of our kind host, Mr. Jambaski. We would like to thank all the panelists as well as our moderator, Mrs. Fotiga. This event has become a tradition which will continue in the future. Now we're moving on to our next panel and the welcome address by the EU Commissioner, Bulgaria's EU Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth. This welcome speech will be presented by Mrs. Gabriela Maria Koleva. The innovation plan for the Western Balkans was presented at the Balkans Summit, as we all know. Now I give the floor to Mrs. Maria Koleva, who will be speaking on behalf of the esteemed EU Commissioner, Mrs. Maria Gabriel. Mrs. Koleva, you have the floor. Can you hear us?
Yes, thank you very much. Уважаеми дами и господа, от името на комисар Мария Габриел бих искала първо сърдечно да благодаря на господин Ангел Джамбаски за поканата за участие в тази вече станала традиционна среща на високо равнище за Западните Балкани в София. Срещата има своето утвърдено място и репутация като форум за открита дискусия за бъдещето на региона и младите хора. За мен е чест и удоволствие да се обърна днес към people.
It is a pleasure for me to address you on behalf of Commissioner Gabriel in order to present her latest initiative aimed at deepening cooperation with the Western Balkans, namely the program in the area of innovations, research, education, culture, youth and sport. At the Balkans Summit between the EU leaders and the Western Balkan leaders in October this year, this summit set the start of these key initiatives. A declaration was approved. It reaffirmed the EU perspective of the region and the EU's commitment, including through the economic and investment plan for the region. The innovation program for the Western Balkans covers all the policies within the competences of EU Commissioner Gabriel. It is a clear action as part of the Economic and Investment Plan. The main goal of the initiative in one word, support for young people, for talents, for the future of the region. Support to address our common challenges such as environmental and digital transition requiring joint efforts and joint solutions. The key to successful solutions offered by the innovation program, these are investments in education and science innovations and technologies. The program has three dimensions: political, thematic and regional. The political dimension reflects the strategic relevance of the region. It aims, for example, to support association to the EU programs in the area of research, innovations, education, culture, youth and sport. The thematic dimension will contribute to the closer integration of the Western Balkans with the priorities of the EU, in particular the environmental and digital transition. The regional dimension will facilitate the development of innovative ecosystems. It includes measures aimed at investment in startups through the European Council for Innovations. In order to specifically illustrate what the focus will be, I will give you a couple of examples regarding the focus of efforts in various areas: education, youth, culture, and of course science and innovations. Let me start with education. The efforts to ensure high quality and inclusive education for developing skills and competencies needed for the environmental and digital transition, as well as encouraging lifelong learning. Therefore, we will focus on the Western Balkans' more active participation in the European space for education and higher education. We will also continue support under the Erasmus Plus program. We have to emphasize that the Republic of North Macedonia and Serbia have successfully completed their association as third countries. Mrs. Gabriel's long-term vision involves the association of the whole region to the program. We have continued our investments in the area of education. For example, digital education, an efficient digital transformation of educational systems, developing digital skills and digital literacy. We will be continuing the selfie instrument, which supports the self-assessment of digital capacities of schools. We already have 165,000 participants from the region. A new development involvement of students and young people as interns in our programs. This is a possibility for them to become involved in developing digital capacities. The virtual exchange will be a good supplement to the program and will allow young people to accumulate valuable international experience via virtual instruments. Now, the topic of young people. Europe needs the participation of young people in order to ensure a better future. Young people should be supported in order to have more hope and confidence after the pandemic. This is why 2022 will be the European Year of Youth. As Mrs. Ursula von der Leyen declared in her State of the Union speech, 2022 will also mark the 35th anniversary of Erasmus Plus. Speaking about young people, let me emphasize that the new programs Erasmus Plus and European Solidarity Corps are more inclusive, environmental and digital as ever. Commissioner Gabriel strongly promotes the association of all the partners from the region to these programs. As regards the Solidarity Corps, the Republic of North Macedonia should be commended as they have already become associated. Let me also specifically mention the association of the alumni from the Western Balkans. We are indeed proud of them. We will do our best to reach out to young people in the region through our alumni. Thirdly, a few words about culture. Commissioner
продължава усилията за свързване на секторите на културата и творчеството с цяла Европа и региона. Западните Балкани по-настоящем са в последната фаза на асоцииране към програма Творческа Европа, като Сърбия вече подписа споразумението. През 2022 година важно развитие е също добавянето на Министерската платформа по въпросите на културата към вече съществуващите платформи за научни изследвания и иновации и образование и обучение. Така допълнително ще насърчим обмена на опит и добри практики между заинтересованите страни. Що се отнася до научните изследвания и иновациите, имам удоволствието да отбележа, че изследователите от Западните Балкани са много добре интегрирани в европейската научна общност. Това е видно от конкретните данни от рамковата програма за научни изследвания и иновации Хоризонт 2020. Участието на заинтересовани страни от Западните Балкани се е удвоило от 2014 година насам. Размерът на полученото конкурентно финансиране се е удвоил до 166 милиона евро, като в програмата участват почти 1000 изследователи и иноватори. Всички страни от Западните Балкани вече са или предстои да бъдат асоциирани към Хоризонт Европа. Участието на региона в първите покани за представяне на предложения по програмата беше огромно, което подчерта големия потенциал, който съществува. Важно е да се отбележи, че компонентът за разширяване на Хоризонт Европа предоставя конкретна и целенасочена подкрепа, включително за Западните Балкани. Този компонент е с отроен бюджет в сравнение с Хоризонт 2020. Също така съществува потенциал за насърчаване на интелигентната специализация на Западните Балкани, например чрез Европейския институт за иновации и технологии. Той заедно с Европейския съвет по иновациите спомагат за свързването на научните изследвания с бизнеса, а това е сигурен път за по-нататъчно икономическо развитие на региона. Примерите до тук са само част от всеобхватната стратегия за сътрудничество, каквато предлага Инновационната програма за Западните Балкани. Комисар Габриел вярва, че инвестицията в младите хора, образованието, културата, научните изследвания и иновациите е важна предпоставка за справяне с глобалните предизвикателства. Като сбор от конкретни амбициозни действия и платформа за сътрудничество, Иновационната програма за Западните Балкани е инициатива с голям потенциал. Важно е да продължат съвместните усилия и сътрудничество за реализиране на всички нейни елементи. Това отнема време, но сме в добра позиция за да успеем и вярваме, че това е възможно. От името на комисар Габриел и от свое име ви желая успешен и ползотворен дебат. До нови срещи.
Thanks a lot for your speech. This plan for the Western Balkans is indeed an initiative which can help integrate young to avoid the brain drain towards Western Europe and to help with the integration of the Western Balkans. And now is a good time to switch to the third and last panel of our conference dedicated to young political leaders, those who will determine the future of the Western Balkans tomorrow. Here in Sofia, we have speakers from all countries of the Balkan Peninsula, representatives of different political views, organizations, government, non-government, academia, who will offer a different perspective for the future of the Western Balkans. The panel will be moderated by Andras Braun, who is an assistant program officer at International Republican Institute. He has an interest in the topic of democratization of the Western Balkans. Andras Braun, can you hear me?
Hello, Blagobest, I can hear you. I hope you can hear me as well.
Thank you so much for joining us today at our annual conference on the Western Balkan issues and topics. I leave you with the panel 3, Future of the Western Balkans, Young Political Leaders Roundtable. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the organizers as well for having me here. Apologies that I could not join this event in person in Sofia, but hello from Budapest. As it was already mentioned, I am working for the International Republican Institute on a regional program, which actually gives me the opportunity to work together with young and talented experts on a daily basis. And this is why I am so happy for this opportunity, and I'm looking very much forward to this discussion. As it was mentioned in the program and emphasized by two commissioners today and also members of the European Parliament, young professionals from the Western Balkans are facing difficult challenges, and this panel brings together young professionals from all over the region to discuss these difficulties, and we will hear their visions for future direction. Brain drain and youth immigration is a phenomenon that could be observed in every single country in the region, and it is also important to understand the origin of these problems. Investing into talent management and empowering future leaders is therefore essential for the success of this region. I invite our audience to listen very carefully to what our panelists will say this afternoon. We will have 3 rounds of questions, and our goal is to shed light on the domestic and on the regional aspects of the challenges. I would like to reflect on what we have heard earlier today, that a creation of a common platform for cooperation would help to address all types of difficulties for the Western Balkan countries. This is why I am proud that in this panel, we will have many representatives of the European Democracy Youth Network, EDIN, and now I am turning to our speakers and would like to ask you to share your thoughts on the main problems that young people in your countries are facing on a daily basis. First of all, I would like to turn to Malik Sakic. Malik is the president of the European Democratic Youth Network, and besides that, he also hosts one of the most popular podcasts of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Podcast sa Malikom. I just want to emphasize that you have a new subscriber from Hungary, by the way. So Malik's podcast is a platform which is able to promote youth activism and inclusion in politics in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Malik, the floor is yours. Please give us an overview from your country. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your introduction and all the nice words you said. When it comes to Bosnia and Herzegovina and personally my perspective, I think I have the opportunity to speak on behalf of a lot of young people in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Because I'm able to speak to them on a daily basis about the problems that youth are facing in our country and everything that is happening in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and like they have a platform via the podcast that I host to present the issues that they are facing on a daily basis. I would say, as I like to call it, a daily struggle in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Because if you are a young person in Bosnia, you feel like an endangered species, I would say, because you have all the lions and the tigers at the top who are like elected politicians from the 90s who still haven't set back from their positions. And when it comes to the issue that young people are facing in my country, I think the biggest issue is the complexity and the whole political system that Bosnia and Herzegovina has. You have elected politicians who have been there for decades and who do not care at all for the problems of young people, for the problems that they're facing. I think by the recent statistics, Bosnia and Herzegovina has, I think, the worst case when it comes to brain drain in all of Europe, and I think we're in the top 3 when it comes to the world. And you have people every 2 years who are wanting to be elected, saying that they're going to take care of the young people, we're going to solve their problems, we're going to solve their issues, we're going to talk with them, we're going to try to find the best possible solution in order to prevent the issues that they are facing. And once again, nothing happens. And you have that after every 2 years, and it's literally similar. And of course, if you are a young person, you want to be if you want to engage in politics, you want to be elected, you have, I would say, your own colleagues within your party trying to prevent you from not being elected. Because they don't consider young people serious. I think the number one reason for that is that we are harsh, we are honest, and we want to be transparent as much as possible. And we have a post-totalitarian system, and we have been going through transitions for over 20 years, and nothing has changed. Because if you have been going to transition for almost 20 years, that means there's a lot of corruption within the system. There's a lot of stuff that if went public, it would be a huge issue for the people who have been elected. And young people want to be transparent as much as possible, but they do not let them, I would say. And among other issues, there's unemployment. There's people literally living on the edge of poverty. But like all of those things could be solved if we had the right people to represent us in the government. If we didn't have war criminals by any case sitting at the parliamentary seats. If we didn't have people who do not respect their country at all, if we didn't have people who like constantly, I would say, steal from the country's budget, if we didn't have people who, I must say, hate their own country, but I don't think there's any other option, because if you have been doing this for 20, 30 years, doing with all the corruption, with all the criminal charges and everything, you literally hate your own country. You hate your own people, and we have all of that going on, and you have brain drain of tens of thousands of young people every year leaving Bosnia and Herzegovina to not to go find a better place, but to go find a place where they will have the option to survive. Where the values of I would say democracy, the values would be respected, and you wouldn't have just people sitting at just this one seat for 20, 30 years, telling them what to do when they have actually done nothing. They just gained, I would say, financial aid from their political careers, and the problems of young people in Bosnia are really huge, which I think are mostly the same in Croatia and Albania and Serbia. We will hear that later. But the main problems are the people who do not respect their own country, who do not respect their young people, who do not respect anyone in the country, and those people are elected politicians in Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Mike, thank you so much. I think that you mentioned a very important keyword, and we will hear this quite often this afternoon. That was brain drain. Thank you so much for this, for sharing with us the difficulties of transition, the difficulties that you have to face on a daily basis in your beautiful country. And actually, it seems that being harsh and being honest is part of the game, and hopefully the situation will get better as soon as possible. Now I am turning to a speaker who is representing an EU member state, Marko Milanovic Litre, who is member of the parliament in Croatia. He is also member of the presidency of the Croatian Conservative Party, member of the presidency of the Croatian Sovereignist, and among others, he is member in the Committee on Family, Youth and Sports. Honorable member, thank you so much for joining us. Please.
Well, thank you for moderating this panel. I would like to thank Mr. Jambaski for the invitation, and also everybody that's involved in the organization of this event. Malik said a lot of things that we'll probably hear that are common in our countries, and I think it has a systemic thing that has its roots in a part of our history that was during and after the Second World War. The Croatian people have let's say, a tradition of working abroad, and more or less, it was a problem during the Second World War and after it. A lot of families left their homeland and in search of a better life in order to get away from the totalist regimes that were in power in Croatia or in former Yugoslavia in any case. But skilled workers, entire families left, and most of them were, let's say, disheartened by the way the government treated them. After the Second World War, the communist socialist regime made it unbearable for a group of people to live in Croatia because of their wanting to have independence and freedom and sovereignty. And I think it was a major factor in the systemic problem that we have today. Croatia, even though it is a member of the European Union, it still has a massive problem with brain drain. Maybe it's important to have a historic view of it in order to understand why we still have this problem today. Let's say during Yugoslavia, the workers that were working abroad were mostly a labor workforce, and a lot of families went to live abroad. There are a lot of people that created lives in the European countries, which made which made a great link, and it destroyed barriers in order for other Croatians to move to those countries and to work in a better environment, a better place that is not indoctrinated, that is not heavily based on ideological systems. I believe that this was one of the main reasons of the countries, of our country working abroad, and many of the Croatians fled from the Yugoslav regime to create businesses and lives in the European countries. After Yugoslavia, we fought hard for our freedoms and rights, and during the 90s, more than 450,000 people emigrated from Croatia. 200,000 of them moved to Western countries, and the rest moved to Serbia or Bosnia or other countries on the east side. It's also interesting to see that because of the wars during the 90s, a lot of people emigrated to Croatia from Bosnia and Herzegovina. We have more than 250,000 people that emigrated to Croatia to flee from the war in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And sadly, during the war, a lot of young men died in the war, and the demographic picture that the shock that it produced in Croatia, we can still feel it today. And to add to that, immigration of Croatians from 2001, so let's say after the post-war period, until 2011, we had more than 62,000 immigrants that created lives in the rest of Europe. The last wave of immigration in Croatia was after joining the European Union, which was the real drain brain in Croatia. We witnessed a very high number of young, highly educated people that just left our workforce. The main reason of their immigration, according to some surveys, was the quality of life, more opportunities to create businesses, and in order to live a better lifestyle. In 2013, a survey showed that more than 25% of young people wanted to leave Croatia permanently, which is a catastrophic number and it's I would say it's a stigma on all our governments from that were in charge, not just in that period but before. Joining the European Union was, well, we faced open market and freedom of movement, which is another problem, and it's the wave that I would say deprived the Croatia as a country to take control of their businesses, their market, their prosperity. The Croatian government did not prepare our homeland for this shock, and this is still going on today. From 2013 to 2017, the number of immigrants with a degree has increased by 66%, which is unbelievable. Of course, there are push and pull factors in terms of migration. Most of them are push because of our policies that are being let's say, implemented in our country. And the pull is, of course, the idea of a better life in a country that is not theirs. Brain waste is also a big problem. We have a lot of young families that are emigrating to Ireland or Germany, and the brain waste is a term that it's when a person goes outside their scholarly field and seeks employment in other fields. And it's a shame because the taxpayers pay for their education, the country pays for their education, and in some terms it's a waste of money because they are not professionals in their own let's say the field, right? Sorry.
Field.
Yes. Yeah. So in the total official statistics, they say that around 150,000 Croatians emigrated since joining the EU until today. But independent surveys say that it's the number is much closer to 300,000, which is a very big number when you think of Croatia as a 4 million populous country. In 2009, 57.8% of the people that went to work abroad were men, and 44.3% of them were between the ages of 20 and 39. Mm-hmm. So the main destination of Croats during history, and is the same today, is Germany or Austria. In recent years, it's been Ireland because of the strong IT structure that they have implemented in their country. But of course, it's interesting to see that the Croatian statistics are in conflict with every other statistics that are done. So, for instance, the German Statistical Center, they have a survey that says that 43,000 Croatians joined Germany since entering the European Union, and we have Croatian official documents that say it's around 12,000. Sorry. So it's a big problem in terms of trust. I believe it's just a masquerade in order to have a better position. But just to keep it short, I don't want to take time from the other panelists.
Yes, please, if you could just conclude, please. Thank you.
Let's see the solutions. If we're talking about politics and me as a politician, I believe we have to further our education system. We need to prepare it for the workflow that is today. We need more economic freedoms. We need a declared war on corruption. It's all a systemic problem in Croatia because of the government's implementations and connections between the free market and the rest of our freedoms. If we have economic freedoms, we'll have political freedoms, we'll have personal freedoms. And I think that's the main focus we all have to think about in the future. And as we know, I'm representing the only state from the European Union, and these are all problems I hope you will have, well, I hope you won't have, but you'll certainly face when entering the European Union, and you have to be aware of these things because even now there are Bosnians with Croatian nationality that are not moving to Croatia anymore. They are going beyond Croatia and moving directly to Germany. Before, during the Yugoslav times, they all moved to, most of them moved to Croatia in some sense, and then later on moved, but now it's a short process. It's the same with Serbians that have Croatian second nationality, and well, I hope you'll be better prepared than we were.
Thank you so much, Marko. Thank you so much for, well, basically, giving some lessons learned from the EU accession process of your country. And as we can see, EU membership on its own will not provide a solution for brain drain. And as someone coming from Central and Eastern Europe, I can just echo what you were saying. We are also facing similar problems here. So from Croatia, let's go to Albania now. I would like to invite Dorilda Kachuli, the ambassador of European Democracy Youth Network in Albania, to share her thoughts. Dorilda is a member of the Democratic Party in Albania, and she works at the Parliament of Albania as a secretary of the parliamentary group of the party. Please, Dorilda, the floor is yours.
thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you very much for the invitation to be part of this panel. For me, it is quite an honor to be here today and to talk about youth and our, let's say, difficulties that we're having in our countries. When I think about youth, of course, I think that in a world that is having fast, big, and continuous changes, it is up to us as young people to be the example we want to see in our societies. Of course, for me today, it is a challenge, and it is very difficult to have a representation, a shorter representation of the challenges that our youths in our countries are having. I mean here youths because even though I'm from Albania, I think that our countries, beside the let's say, conflicts or maybe differences that we have. When it comes to youths, we're facing the same issues and the same problems. I'm from Albania, but as we even heard in our panel today, even if youths are from Serbia, Bosnia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Kosovo, North Macedonia, they're having these issues. So the first thing I would like to mention is, of course, the immigration. It is a wound of our societies, and it is something that we have to deal with and to work to solve it. It's not only brain drain issue that we hear in our everyday life, but is a real problem in our countries. But to talk about immigration and brain drain, of course, it is very important to basically know why this happens. So if we talk about the reasons, to me, the first reason is, of course, unemployment. In Albania, youth unemployment is very high, and every year there are more unemployment youths. Besides having here the statistics that even though some of the youths who are employed, they are not employed in the field they have finished the universities, or even though they work, their salaries are very low, and it is quite difficult to have a normal, stabilized, let's say, life in Albania. Of course, this is very connected with the education system. We cannot forget that it is important to have a real connection between the universities and the labor market. It is important, of course, the policies of the state to have this kind of real connection, because now the labor market is changing from day to day, and of course even the field of studies, the universities must be updated with these changes in order to give the youth the opportunity to be more engaged and maybe to have more practical professionals, which will give them the opportunity to have a better life here in Albania. It is very difficult to ask a youth from Albania or even from Western Balkan countries to create their future in our countries, because if they see that, for example, there is no justice, the meritocracy or the level of life in general is missing, it's difficult for them to ask to stay here. So it is very important for the political parties, for the institutions, to take it seriously and to make whatever it is necessary to organize more practical issues and concernings and pioneers, which will give the opportunity this youth to be employment and to have a right to create their future here in Albania. Of course, I cannot forget here, when it comes to brain drain, that the ones who are leaving are young professionals. We forget that maybe, of course, the youth are the future, but we are the present as well. And it is our duty to do our best to make changes in our societies, to be the model, to be the examples. But tomorrow we will be, let's say, the professionals, the politicians, and it is up to us how we will direct our states and all these insecurities to be changed. It is simple when you talk about, let's say, the problems that are there, but more difficult is to find the solution, and more difficult but very nice is when you are inside the processes. So the second problem or issue concerning our country for me is the activism of youths. Basically, I think that it is important, way important, to be inside the processes if we want to do changes. even though you would be part of political parties or civil society, it doesn't matter. Everyone can be active where he or she feels more confident, but you have to be there, because only by being part of the processes you can give your opinion, you can give your different idea, and you can work on solving the issues concerning the country. So the activism, as I see, maybe in other countries is different, but in Albania is kind of missing, and it is necessary to give the right model, the right example, the opportunity youths to be active in their societies, to give examples and to be models. At the end, maybe not to be very long on my speech, is something that, not the least, let's say, because it continues and it is like something which will always connect our Western Balkan countries, the European Union integration. Since Albania in 90s changed the dictatorship regime to democracy, always have been our slogans: we want Albania like whole of Europe. And even today, this is very real, and I think that even in our Western Balkans country is the same. We want to have our countries to part of the European Union, but we have to work hard, very hard, to have an European Albania, for example. We need to create the right way of living for our citizens. We need to work hard on the institutions. We need to work hard on working everything that is not very functional in our fragile democracy. How can we make it? Of course, by empowering youth, empowering people, by giving them trust. Because, for example, I am part of politics for more than 5 years actively, but I am here because someone 5 years ago trusted on me, and they thought that I would be a great example and I could work hard on these issues and these topics. And this is what we can do to each other first, as young people, to empower each other from our countries, to collaborate together, to be a model that, besides we have different issues that concern us, we are different, of course, but we must build together bridges in our Western Balkan countries. At the end of the day, we're all youths, we're all fighting for a better future, and the better future is to create our European Albania, to create our country as a safe place to build the future of youths here.
Dorilda, thank you so much. We are the present as well, as you said. So it's always great to hear young politicians talking about activism, empowering, and most importantly, building bridges all around the region. You also mentioned, I think, the main reasons why this phenomenon, youth immigration and brain drain, is happening: unemployment, low salaries, the problem with the educational system, and the partial lack of the meritocracy. Thank you so much for your thoughts. And now we are passing to Rilind Dauti. Rilind is a political scientist, and he is a PhD candidate at the Southeast European University. He is from North Macedonia, and beyond his academic activities, he is also an opinion contributor. Rilind, thank you so much for being here. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and many thanks to the organizers for inviting me. As we know, the concept note of this panel starts with the challenge of immigration and brain drain. So I saw an opportunity to give my humble and probably controversial insight about these topics. Migration is a human history, and the Balkans are no exception. As a matter of fact, the Balkan is full of folk songs and poetry about the homesickness of the one who has migrated abroad. To this day, the narrative of migration is mostly negative, with immigration being considered an evil in and of itself that causes further damage to one's personality, family, and homeland. Furthermore, in the last decade or so, there is a new sense of concern about the immigration of highly educated people, especially the young, which leads to what's commonly called brain drain. Even more recently, here in North Macedonia, we are seeing the most damaging aspect of brain drain, which is the immigration of specialist doctors that severely hinders public health care by increased wait times for patients. But besides the disturbing trend of doctors' emigration as the worst part of brain drain, for the rest of professions, I don't think that immigration from the Western Balkans is such a huge problem as it's purported to be. Despite the large number of people that have gone abroad, nevertheless, the vast majority have stayed in their home country. This includes even the highly sought-after IT professionals. Personally, I know 7 of my former high school classmates that have graduated in computer science or similar university degrees, and only one of them has gone for work in Germany. The rest have all remained in North Macedonia, where they are happily employed. Also, when we talk about immigration as a bad thing, people overlook the positive impact that it brings to the homeland. In the Western Balkans, the diaspora makes major contributions to their home country by sending remittances, which double their economic benefit as a source of foreign currency. Furthermore, at summer they come to their home countries to spend their days of vacation from work. In doing so, they further inject money into the country's economy by spending on various things, not least restaurants and cafes. Also, it's often that the diaspora does their weddings in their country of ancestry. And in the Balkans, weddings are still an important thing on which huge amounts of money are spent. Somewhat less wasteful spending that members of the diaspora are known to do when on summer vacation in their home country include dentistry treatments in private clinics. So all in all, there's a lot of money that our diasporas inject into our country's economies. There's even untapped potential for the Western Balkan countries to draw even more benefits from their large populations living abroad, namely by using modern technology in the form of websites or smartphone apps that make many things easier. The governments of these countries could encourage their diasporas to buy treasury bonds so that extra money could be invested in major public works. For the most part, migration is a mutually beneficial phenomenon. For example, why work for a salary of 500 euros if you can do the same job abroad for 3,000 euros and you will spend the extra money in the homeland anyway? This is a classic win-win situation for both the receiving and sending country. The rich receiving country gets much needed labor force, whereas the sending country gets reduced unemployment and many more economic benefits that I mentioned before. But regardless of our personal stance on the issue, the harsh truth is that no policy measure can stop immigration from the Western Balkans. And I know this firsthand. Back in 2012, I stayed for medical treatment in a hospital in northern France, where I was surprised by the large number of doctors from Romania, Slovenia, and especially from Poland. When these countries became members of the European Union, they had less developmental gap with the EU average than where Western Balkan countries are now. Nevertheless, they saw a huge increase in immigration rates following their EU membership. Therefore, if by some miracle we can stop immigration from the Western Balkans, then great. If we can reverse brain drain, even better. But until and if we achieve such a thing, we should appreciate the economic benefits that immigration brings to us and strive to find ways for making immigration even more beneficial for the Western Balkans. And this is, on this note, this is where I am. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Julian, for shedding light on, I would say, the academic aspect of this social issue as well. Now I am turning to Georgia Kovacevic, who is EDIN ambassador in Montenegro, and he's also president of the youth wing of the Montenegrin party. Georgia, so great to see you again. I hope you are doing well, and the floor is yours.
Hello to everybody. First of all, I want to send regards to you, Andras. We met each other in Brussels 2-3 years ago. Also to send regards to the speakers. Today I will talk about European integration of Montenegro, our path, and in accordance with that I will talk about status of Montenegrin youth. European integration is evergreen topic in Montenegrin society. When I was a kid, all the time we were listening at the news that we need to go to European Union to become part of wealthy and wealthy society and part of society which gives you prosperity. When I grow a little bit older, after independence of Montenegro, actually we opened finally the negotiation with European Union, and Montenegro society progressed a lot in every aspect. But in last 5 years, I think that we have a little bit of stagnation in that process of accession in European Union. All the time we were hearing about our politicians that we are so close that we need just that small step to become a partner of European Union, but we couldn't reach that small step so far. Joke aside, two main problems of Montenegro so far were unchanging of political authorities and chapter 23 and 24 rule of law. First condition we made more than 1 year ago when we changed our political authorities, but we get government and political situation which is not good. It is not functioning. We have a blockade in judicial system. We can't elect president of the High Court, the main instance in judicial system. We can't elect judges. We can't elect prosecution assembly. And because of all of that, we cannot progress in our second greatest problem, that's rule of law. Instead of that, we have regression if we read well the last report of European Commission, and that's too bad because that feeling of injustice will stay in Montenegrin society for a while. Also, in the next days, we will have voting for impeachment of the government, and the political situation from last year and this year is very unstable. We have rising of polarization, we have rising of nationalism, and all that instability push forward the process of brain drain, which was strong so far. Also, nobody from the politicians give to us right now a precise plan about our future, about building a modern society of knowledge, which will motivate young people to stay in their homeland. But instead of all these problems, I am optimistic, and I think that we will stabilize our society soon, and that we will turn on our state ship to only bright lighthouse that we have, and that's for sure European Union. Also, only bright future of the region is in cooperation of the countries of the Western Balkans. In accordance with that, I believe that young generation will bypass troubles from the past. Actually, if we know past, we can also find, instead of the bad things, we can find great examples of calm coexistence of our nation and time when we were very strong as a region. I think that time can be again if we learn the lessons from the past well. Also tomorrow, when we became a partner of European Union, I mean all Western Balkan, I hope that one day all of us will be part of European Union. I hope that our voice will be louder if we are together, if we fight together for our region. So I must say again that I believe in young people like us, young representatives in politics in Western Balkan, speakers of this panel, and I think that we need to take our future in our own hands. Also, for that, I have adapted that we cannot do it by ourselves. We need experience of the older politicians, because I believe that in the older politicians also there are some people who are optimistic and who knows what the youths mean. And I think that our energy, I mean energy of youths, and our vision and their experience and knowledge are the best formula for success of Montenegrin society.
Thank you so much, Georgia. Especially thanks for the, I would say, very optimistic message that you were delivering here today in this turbulent and troubled times. I think it's very much important to have some optimistic scenario in front of us. And of course, as you said, young generation will bypass the past. And it is therefore very important to have a plan for the future. Thank you so much once again. And now I am turning to Sashka Radujkov. She is EDIN's member from Serbia, and she is also the president of the Youth of the Movement for Change. Sashka, please.
Hello, first. I'm very glad that I'm here with all of you. One of the challenges Serbia facing is a lack of democracy. As a person who truly believes in democratic values, this problem really worries me. I believe in sentence that elections are celebration of democracy, but this is not the case in Serbia. For several years now, elections have not been free and fair. What is especially missing in Serbia is dialogue. Decisions at important topics are made without dialogue and without public debate. Another problem I would single out is environmental pollution. The air in the cities of Serbia are very polluted. In the days when the pollution is stronger, the cities look like they are under fog. Such air causes health problems such as asthma, bronchitis, increases the risk of heart disease. And in cities is lack of green area. I personally came from Novi Sad. That is second largest city in Serbia by the term of the population. And in the name Novi Sad, that second word, Sad, means seedling. Even though it has such name, in Novi Sad is less than 15% of public areas that are green areas. So all of these problems of lack of democracy, problems of environmental pollution, like two really big problems, but there is a lot more, unfortunately, and all of that reflects to the young people. Rate of unemployment is very high, and young people in Serbia don't have a lot of opportunity for jobs. Because of this, a lot of young people go from Serbia every day. So what we need to do is first to return to democracy to Serbia, to work for citizens, and to solve this problem that young people, but all citizens too, have.
Sashka, thank you very much, and also a huge thank you for bringing in the question of environment and air pollution. It is indeed a regional problem. So once looking at the statistics, one can see that this is not something present only in your country, but unfortunately elsewhere. I think it's a very important topic. Thank you once again for bringing this in. And last but not least, I'm turning now to Georgi Tasev. He is ambassador of EDIN in the Republic of North Macedonia, and besides that, he also works as an advisor for youth and youth policies to the Prime Minister of North Macedonia. Georgi, we already heard one opinion on your country. Please share your opinion as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Honorable guests, dear ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon from Skopje. As an advisor for youth and youth policy to the Prime Minister of North Macedonia and European Youth Network for Democracy ambassador from North Macedonia, it's my privilege to be part of the Western Balkans Summit and to speak about the future of the Western Balkans. I never thought of leaving my country and looking for a better life outside its borders. It has all the potentials and opportunities, and with the great desire we have to become a better place to live. But the fact is that it's not easy, and it does not depend only on us. Perseverance is still our ally, and even though we have come a long way and harder than we expected to become part of the European family. It's no different than the region around us. The Balkans was and is a place full of challenges, but also with the many unresolved issues and problems which are mostly broken on the backs of the young people. My peers and I wanted to solve problems, progress together, create a better life, break down barriers, and build bridges of friendship, a future that will guarantee us security and economic security. We also want the region to be our home, to feel free, calm, independent, and prosperous. The question, but also the challenge of the Euro integration process and the long-term keeping of North Macedonia on the threshold of the European Union slowly but surely creates hopelessness, which in my opinion is not so much caused by the bad economic situation, but by the inability of young people to see the real European perspectives and to be part of the European family. Why should young people in the region not compete with their European Union peers with new ideas, culture, sports, knowledge? Why should the region not be a place for young people to compete, who through that competition will bring the best of their countries to a common Europe? There are many answers, but it seems that trapped in the past, we bury ourselves in our own trenches without being able to look a little further. We should come out of these trenches with a clear view forward and shake hands with each other, to respect each other, to fight for the common, and to make our region a desirable place to live. Only in this way and no other way we can bring Europe to us, without fear, without illusions. One such achievement is the Prespa Agreement, which is of great importance of the youth of North Macedonia in Greece, but also for all young people from the region and Europe. It is a signpost how through dialogue, understanding, and modern European approach, problems are solved that for many seemed unsolvable, and which from problems turned into friendship and opening great opportunities for cooperation in all fields. For decades, communication between young people in both countries has been less than formal. Although geographically close, they lack the opportunity for more concrete cooperation to share common European values. I want to address a common problem, the migration of young people from the region that is a past, present, but should not be the future. We must put this in a supranational context, but also in a regional context, knowing that this is something that all our neighbors face, including the entire Balkans. We are aware that immigration is not only for financial and economic reasons, but there is a wide corpus of areas that determine this. We must be committed to the role of the young people in building promising, progressive, and safe societies, to include them in more social aspect, and not to permit young people to be our echo, but to empower them to be the voice. Regional cooperation is opportunity to boost EU-related reforms in a Western Balkan country, including reform of public administration, raised question of judiciary, position of youth, corruption, and nepotism. The formula for success and how to motivate the young people in process is to offer them a knowledge and skills to come to conclusion that they can achieve a certain change. Without European perspective, higher wages, and better quality of life, young people will continue to immigrate. Young people must have the first chance to succeed at home, to realize their potential at home. Therefore, joining the European Union will definitely give a new perspective to young people and will help reduce the wave of immigration. Therefore, it's necessary to work on the priorities that are important to the citizens: rule of law, economic and social stability, equal opportunities, healthy environment. We all need to change for the better, to change our habits for our own good, and for the good of the society in which we live, and for future generation. We always remain committed to the motto that only young people know what is best for them, and that we are allies and partners of a young people. Therefore, it's really important to understand that we must work together, live together, cooperate, be open, accept our differences, and watch the region move forward strongly. As soon as we realize this, we will be able to grow, to have economic standard, and really enjoy the life in Western Balkan. Thank you.
Georgi, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts on this topic. So we just finished with the first round of questions. We are running out of time, but if I saw correctly, we started a little bit later, so I really hope that we will have some extra time to finish our panel. Some of you already mentioned the role of the European Union and EU enlargement, European integration as such, how this process could actually help overcoming the challenges that youth are facing on a daily basis. Still, I would like once again ask this very specific question, that in your opinion, when it comes to your vision for the future, and more specifically, how EU enlargement process, or what the EU enlargement process is actually bringing to your countries in that aspect when it comes to facing these challenges. So, Georgie, you just finished. Please, if you can add on some thoughts on the role of the European enlargement or the European integration process, please, you have the floor once again.
Thank you once again. As responsible young people and representatives in the region, we need to provide all the conditions for young people to embrace and live the change of their countries to become a competitive part of Europe. We believe in European values, and that means that believing in stability, security, strong institutions, which we will build together with the youth, which means believing in future. As young people and as a country, our goal is always a principled and legitimate, clear and indisputable European perspective as a future EU member state. We remain committed to the European agenda because young people want to be part of the democratic world, and they choose the European path and NATO because there is no greater benefit for them than EU membership and using the same benefits as their peers from the European country. The big problem here is that if we do not have hope, it will be hard to try. And if we do not try, we will not succeed. On the other hand, if we are hopeless, so will the citizens be hopeful? But they are disappointed. The country is not ready for another round of disappointment. We are in a very difficult position today, but we have no right to give up, especially regarding the Europeanization of the country. Europe needs to live up to its promises and acknowledge the tremendous progress that North Macedonia has made so far. The decision to start accession negotiations should be made on the basis of the country's achievement in harmonizing with the European legislation, and bilateral issues should be resolved in parallel rather than as a precondition for the start of the negotiations. If the accession process continues with the realistic membership prospect, it will become unpredictable, and the EU will lose credibility as well as the opportunity to support and encourage reforms in the region. At this point, any alternative or any experimental ideas as a possible replacement for European Union membership or retrograde narratives could be a threat to the stability and the progress of the Western Balkans. The countries of the Western Balkans, including North Macedonia, have no better future than membership and reintegration where we belong, the European Union. Our young people who want and expect EU membership know that.
Thank you so much, Georgie. I promise I will speak as less as possible. So immediately I give the floor to Sashka, so she could also share her views on the future of Serbia when it comes to the EU accession process. Sashka, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. I personally believe in European and democratic values. And that is the reason why I want for Serbia to become member of the EU. In order to achieve that, Serbia must work more intensively on the reform that will bring it closer to the membership. And the benefits of Serbia's accession to the EU are numerous. It is the eradication of corruption, independent judiciary, protection of human rights, prevention of discrimination. There is also support for science, and through history, there are many Serbs, including many famous Serbian writers and scientists, who went to European countries at college, and then they returned back to Serbia and spread the values they acquired there. My vision of Serbia is a picture of a country where the government works for citizens, where there is the rule of law, which is democratic, which has good relations with neighboring countries, which is inclusive and cares for women's rights, for people with disabilities, and enables a high quality of life for citizens. The vision of Serbia that I have is that happy people live in it because they know that their country cares for them.
Thank you so much, Sashka. Georgia, the floor is yours. Georgia, I think you are muted, sorry. We can't hear you.
Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Like I said, Montenegro has that stagnation in process of accessing of European Union. Because of that, at last year we have instability, some kind of powers, group of people who are anti-European, they rise, then that was very dangerous for our society. I think that European Union needs to be more decisive in acts of accessing Montenegro in European Union. Maybe the problem is because they do not believe to our political representatives who were on power before this government. But I think that they can believe to the new generation. I think that we need to connect youth regionally. And after that, I think that European Union will see a chance in new young people and clean people who do not have, some kind of stories from behind. And I think that young people are future of European Union, or I think young people can make that process in our countries to make that conditions on the way that we can become new member of European Parliament.
Thank you so much, Georgia. And I would like to kindly ask Rilind to share his thoughts as well on this matter. Rilind, please, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In North Macedonia and probably all the Western Balkans, the European Union is already making major positive impact on the improvement of the lives of young people and as a matter of fact, all people. So by the time we become members of the European Union, the positive impact will be even larger. However, the problem is that the process to joining the European Union is going really painfully slow. And now I'm in my 20s, and by the time we become members of the European Union, it seems like I will be living my midlife crisis. So I would say I would call for the European Union to be less strict about the so-called standards and accelerate the process of membership of the Western Balkans. Because if you become nitpicky about everything, even in Luxembourg, you will find something to complain about, something that doesn't fulfill the EU's standards. So that would be my hope and my message to the European Union for accelerating the process of membership.
Thank you so much, Rilind. And I would like to give now the floor to Dorilda to share her thoughts as well. Please, Dorilda.
Thank you. When it comes to European Union, whenever we hear European Union, in our mind goes the freedom, the gathering in differences, the meritocracy, the integrity, the institutions, the justice system. So this is the main points that our countries are missing. And in Albania, of course, it is a lot to be done by the politics and the working society on independence, institution, working harder in making functional this institution, as long as we are a state with a fragile democracy. But as I mentioned before, if you come to Albania, all Albanians will, of course, have the same thing when you are asked, do you want to join the European Union? And the answer is, of course, yes, because the Albanians believe in the values that European Union share. Albanians believe in the fact that being part of the European Union will create a better standard of living in Albania. Only by being part of these institutions, I truly believe that the working and the living area, even for the youths, will be better, and the opportunities to join and work harder about the insecurities and challenges that we have will be more solvable, let's say. So European Union is, of course, the dream of every Albanian, and making it real, it needs to make it work with the politics, with the politicians, with the civil societies, with the youths, who wants to create really a standard that goes with the European Union's values.
Thank you so much, Dorioda. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. If you allow me, I would slightly change the order of the speakers. So I will give the floor to Marco later on. So Malik, if you could share your thoughts first, please.
Okay, thank you. When it comes to joining the European Union, when it comes to my country, I have a problem with our politicians presenting the European Union as a complete utopia and something that is really perfect, and then they're doing actually nothing in order to join the European Union, because like when they speak of it as a paradise, I realized why they do that, because like currently with the politicians that we have, like you can only join European Union if you're from Bosnia, if you reincarnate like as someone from Germany, like in your next year. I think for our countries, the most important part of joining European Union is actually the Copenhagen criteria and the stuff that you actually have to do first in order to join the European Union. We consider it as something that is perfect. There isn't anything better in the whole universe. But like our politicians aren't actually doing like anything in order to bring like political stable institutions within our countries in order to have the economic functionality within the countries, and I think when it comes to my country, important part for me would be joining the NATO before joining European Union. I think reason number one for that is it would completely take away the power that the current politicians have in Bosnia and Herzegovina with their own like war rhetoric and the stuff that they are presenting on a daily basis. But in order to join, you have to work on the criteria and you have to be responsible politician, responsible country. As we've heard from my colleague from Croatia, you also have a lot of problems after joining, but like I'm not sure that all of our countries are ready at this point to join the European Union, and that is why I think the whole process of going into the European Union takes so long, because in order to fix these problems with the criteria, it takes 5, 10, 15 years. And that is why I think it should be as it is now. And I think Bosnia should be a part of the European Union. I really hope it will be. But with the politicians that we have now, I hope to God that, and I'm happy that we are not a part of the EU now, because we would have even bigger problems with the brain drain, with the unemployment, with people leaving the country, with everything, because it would just be an easier path to escape Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Well, Malik, thank you so much for this very critical reflection, I would say. But I do really hope that this utopia, as you called it, that utopia that Bosnia will join the EU will turn to be a reality and not to be a political science fiction. And last but not least, I would like to turn to Marco now. So Marco, as an actual citizen of the European Union, if you could summarize your thoughts in 2 or 3 minutes, please.
Sure. I'll try to keep it short. I'll agree with Malik. I believe it is a process, and we should all be grateful for that process in order to get the standards that the rest of Europe has. And that's the main goal. The main goal is to improve our countries in terms of freedoms, in terms of the governing aspects of it, and we should get to a level that's complementary with the rest of Europe. It doesn't make sense for any country to join the European Union if they are not at that level. Even Croatia now has problems with, let's say, the minimum wage, which is much different than in Germany. And it's, I would say it's a contributing factor to the brain drain from Croatia. I also have to say it's not all milk and honey in the European Union. The course of the European Union as it is right now is strongly opposed to some values that I personally and my party represent. We don't want a superstate. We don't want next Yugoslavia at our door. We want to be a sovereign, independent country in terms of creating a better life for our nation, and in that process will help other nations around our country and other nations or the European Union as a whole in order to prosper. Those are some basic, let's say, basic criticisms of the European Union as it is now. We can see what's happening in Poland. It's a big strategic problem. I would also like to just, it has to be said, we have a shared past in terms of governing our countries, and it's a socialist communist past. And I believe that the major problems of brain drain, immigration, and everything else stem from that source, from the socialist mentality that provides, let's say, meritocracy is the opposite of socialism. Economic personal freedoms are the opposite of socialism. I would also say unemployment was a big factor, or let's say employment was a big factor in our countries, and we always have this argument that everything was great, everybody was working, everybody was going to holidays. That's just not a fact. It was a facade that crippled all of our countries, and it hindered our prosperity in the future. And once again, I would like all of you to become a part of the European Union. I believe it's your position. The European Union is not just a line that's divided by some bureaucrat, but it needs to, you have to go through the process in order to achieve, let's say, a better standard of living before anything else, because if you come to the European Union at this point, you will have a demographic catastrophe in your countries.
Marco, thank you so much. As I can see, it's already 4:07, at least in Central European time. So I really hope that we'll have a little bit more time for a last round, a round of conclusions. I would suggest that we start immediately. So your thoughts when it comes to the future of the Western Balkans, that you were just saying, it's actually an important reminder of why EU enlargement and European integration as such is so important for the next generations. So we are now in the last round of questions, and without any further ado, I would like to ask everyone to make a very short 1-minute concluding remarks. Marco, please, you can start.
Well, I could just continue where I started. I believe there is a place for the Western Balkans in the European Union. It's a strategic matter. It's a security matter. I hope there is more cooperation between our countries in order to solve all of our bilateral problems, and I hope to see you soon in the European Union.
Thank you so much, Marco. Malik, please.
Thank you. when it comes to all the countries in the Western Balkans, I really hope that all of these countries will become the countries of their own people and not the private countries of specific politicians ruling the countries. And I really hope that we will, all of us during our lifetime, will have the opportunity to see that and actually work on the actual problems that we have when it comes to economy and the stuff that are facing our countries on a daily basis, and not to let the generation that destroy these countries to still rule the country and to rule our minds. I really hope that for a better future for all the Western Balkans.
Thank you so much, Malik. Dorilda, please, if you could share your thoughts as well.
Yes,
thank you.
Beside all the conflicts and problems and issues that we are having as youths, having here, for example, the immigration, the lack of democracy, having here, of course, the meritocracy, the sustainable development, and the economical challenges, I believe in the youths of our country. I think that they will be the model and example to make changes in our countries as long as they have the energy, the expertise, and the desire to see better future in here. That's why I think that we, the youths, are the present and the European future of Albania and the Western Balkan countries. Believe us.
Thank you so much, Dorilda. And now we would like to pass to Georgi Tase from North Macedonia. Please, Georgi, the floor is yours. Georgi, sorry, I think you are muted. At least I cannot hear you. No, I still cannot hear you. I don't know if the others can hear Georgi or not, but I still cannot hear him. Can you please try one more, Georgi?
Now you can hear me?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you.
I will
Please, the
be
floor is
very
yours.
fast. Sorry for the inconvenience. Definitely,
No
North
problem.
Macedonia and the Western Balkan countries have no alternative but to join the European Union, and any other idea is unacceptable. We must remain committed to the European agenda because young people want to be part of the democratic world, and they choose the European path because there is no greater benefit for them than EU membership and using the same benefits as their peers from the European countries. Without European perspective, higher wages and better quality of life, young people will continue to immigrate, and young people must have their chance to succeed at home, to realize their potential at home. Therefore, joining the European Union will definitely give a new perspective to the young people in the Western Balkan countries.
Thank you so much, Georgi. So we have heard one opinion from North Macedonia. Now I would like to ask Rilins Dauti if he would like to add anything on what Georgi was saying about the accession perspective of Macedonia. Rilin, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. I would say that the European Union will never be whole without the Western Balkans, and the European Union will never manage to become a true global player if it allows that foreign powers exert their influence into EU's immediate neighborhood, which is the Western Balkans. Also, I would call for the time being and for the future, I would call for more support for concrete projects in infrastructure, not just abstract things. And I would hope that the European Union would help us accelerate the transition to clean power, which is a major concern of young people all around the world.
Thank you so much. Indeed, it is always great to hear some, I would say, policy-related advices too when it comes to the European future or the EU enlargement process of a candidate country. And now I would like to give the floor to Georgia. for his concluding statement. Georgia, please, the floor is yours.
I will be fast. Marco say one good thing. He say that he don't want Yugoslavia. I must say that we are destined at Yugoslavia, and when I say that, I mean literally that we are destined to cooperate unless in the economical issues, and maybe in more issues if we are clever. I also say what was my main point in my first speech, that I believe in new generations that are coming, that we learn the lessons from the past, and that we can turn this region to become stronger than it is now. And the only way to do this is to cooperate. That doesn't mean to lose our sovereignty, I mean our own countries, but that means that we need to cooperate unless in economical issues. But I think that we can do more.
Thank you so much, Georgia. Sashka, if you could also make your concluding statement, please.
Here, I had opportunity not only to speak, but also to hear what other young people have to say. And I think that is up to us to spread democratic values, to spread importance of meritocracy, solidarity, justice. I think that is up to us to be active and to show initiative to improve society. And about my country, about Serbia, what is something that Serbia most at this moment, that is actually three things that Serbia needs at the moment. First, the rule of law, then democracy and justice, and as well as honest and brave people who will give hope to the citizens that such changes are possible. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Sashka. Unfortunately, we consumed all of our time, but once again, I would like to thank everyone in this panel for their contribution. We could hear the thoughts of young professionals, activists, politicians from the Western Balkans. Dear friends, dear colleagues, the official title of this discussion was Future of the Western Balkans, a Young Political Leaders Roundtable. Indeed, we had the opportunity to learn from real and forward-looking leaders. It was great to hear your views, and I wish you the best of luck in your daily work. And I think we can all agree today we heard the champions of the future. Thank you so much for watching the panel. Blagovest, it's over to you.
Thank you very much. Уважаеми зрители, така завършва нашата конференция.
This is how our conference will conclude. Thank you for being with us for the fourth time, discussing the future of the Western Balkans. We discuss different topics, political issues, enlargement of the EU, the position of the EU, the threats, issues, and ultimately the future. In this regard, I'd like to ask our host, what is your opinion about today's conference? For the fourth time we gather here, we are discussing these important issues. What is your assessment of today's conference? We are building more and more. In the beginning, our audience was surprised. Why are we talking what we said. But today's conversation was very well structured. We heard everything we could ask for from such a conference, and I hope that our viewers are happy. I hope that our viewers got the information that they needed. It was especially interesting to see the last few minutes of the previous panel. We saw young people from all Balkan states who confirmed our theses, and I mean the theses of the organizations which are organizing these events, New Direction Foundation, for example, that there needs to be support on the national level of a society organized around family values. This is something we heard in the last panel. This is what the young hopes said. So we cannot but be happy. This was a good discussion. Thank you. This is how our conference comes to an end. But our work for discussing these issues and working on these problems continues. See you next year when we're going to discuss what we have achieved and what is yet to be achieved. Thank you for being with us.